don't sleep with my window open anymore. No matter how hot outside it gets, that thing stays closed. It's been this way for a long time, since I was very young. It's not a real hit with the ladies during summertime. People usually recommend air conditioners, and I usually go with the prospect when I have company. But when it's in, I don't sleep well at all, because I can only imagine how easy it would be for anyone to bypass them. There is a single perk to an AC though. Well, and besides the relief from the hot stickiness of the summer's humidity. And that's the steady hum, which stifles the silence. I don't like the silence, you see. There was a time when it brought me an almost zen-like level of peace and tranquility. But now, I find it invasive, dangerous. Silence never comes alone. From time to time, I can still hear the chanting from my youth. I can hear them all, wordlessly, and yet with prestigious synchronicity and harmony with one another. Their conjoined voices echo out from the woods like the gentle and yet threatening breeze that precedes a violent hailstorm. Rhythmic, yet senseless. It never went away, and yet I know they've all moved on or died. I know this is all very well. When I was about 9 years old, my dad and we lived in this old rented 2-family apartment house in a town called Bridgewater. We lived on the bottom floor. The second floor, it wasn't used. It was recently vacated by its prior residents. It was a very quiet neighborhood, very suburban, and with plenty of woods. Behind our house, there was a backyard that proceeded into a large forest that spanned for miles out. I used to play in the forest. My dad and my mother were recently divorced, so there was just the 3 of us living there. Me, my dad, and the dog Cash. He was named after the late country singer Johnny Cash. He was an old Scottish terrier. You know the type, ankle biters, with those really ugly bearded faces. They got him as a pup when I was still in diapers, and he was my lifelong friend. He may have been something of an idiot, but at the time, he was all I had. I cried and cried when Mum tried to take him. In the end, he was left in my father's care, for my sake. Cash and I would spend a lot of time playing in those woods. When you're young, your imagination is a very powerful thing, and the woods had an almost magic quality in terms of supplementation for my imagination. I would play army, build forts, climb trees. One time, me and Cash traveled in so far, I actually got lost. We were losing daylight, as it was October, and the light was fading at a much faster rate. I began to panic, afraid I'd be trapped out there in the pitch black. As we walked around, frantic for landmarks, anything familiar, that's when I saw it. The clearing, with a large rock in the center. It was not exactly uncommon to see graffiti and vandalism in the woods. A public forest is known quite well for trees with messages carved into them. Names, symbols, Brad and Jen forever in a cute little heart. Stuff like that. Not to mention the pseudo-gang names spray painted on rocks. That was the impression I got of this place. A hangout for older kids. But something wasn't right. Me, being only 9, my mind wasn't exactly capable of comprehending the connotations of symbols and other things. And yet, there was something really off about these images. I'd never seen anything like them before. The surrounding trees had crudely shaped images of what appeared to be a goat man figure, like a stick drawing with an unnecessarily detailed goat's head imposed over where you'd expect to see a very basic stick figure face. These images were drawn over and over and over again, all over the trees that surrounded the clearing, almost obsessively so. And not just at the basic human height either, but all up the trees, as if whoever had carved them had to use a ladder. The rock itself, that had red markings all over it, letters that I'd never seen before. Underneath, though, was written in black spray paint a message I actually could read. It read, "Behold the wisdom of the horned." And below that, there were 5 painted lines. They were all the same height, except for the 2 outer lines that were twice the height and spiraled outwards at the top. What really scared me about this place, though, were the dolls. They were hanging from the branches around the clearing. They appeared to have been woven out of sticks, and poorly so. Taking a closer look, I realized what was so scary about them. While the stick dolls were clearly constructed with the grace of shitty arts and crafts students, the heads of them were the dry and clean skulls of animals. I didn't know what animal they came from, but they were bleached white, dry and clean, in their hollow sockets. I can't explain it effectively, without sounding insane at least, but there was something sentient about them, watchful, pleading. I could feel their eyes on me, though they had none. I felt fear. Not my own fear, mind you, but something, an aura of emotion that made absolutely no sense. Have you ever been in an underage drinking party that got crashed by the cops? It's that kind of fear. The fear that comes synonymously with trouble. I can't explain why I did it, but I reached up and I touched one. Maybe it was a child's typical inquisitive nature that compelled me. Maybe it was fascination, or an intense desire to quell my fear, to convince myself that they were just dolls, and not watchful spirits, as I would eventually come to believe they were. When I touched it, the skull fell off. The doll unwound itself. Only a piece of it remained attached to the rawhide rope that it was suspended from. The skull cracked when it hit the ground. When it happened, there was a certainty that quelled inside of me. As naive as a 9-year-old could be, there was also a certainty that remained, and remains in me to this day. I don't belong here. Cash immediately started barking when the doll fell, and it startled me so effectively that I let out a scream. I looked up. The sky was glowing red with the darkness not too far behind. The sun was going down, and I had to get out of there. Cash was staring at me, black eyes wide open, tail wagging violently. He was barking at me, insistently. He began to growl at something. Maybe air, maybe ghosts. When I approached him, he turned and ran. Cash was my only companion in this unnatural place, and I would have been damned if I was going to let him betray me to solitude here. So, I gave chase. I ran for my life. The last thing I saw before I chased after Cash was something that really messed with me. All the other dolls that were hanging when I first arrived, they were dangling, some even spinning lazily in the breeze. And yet, as I ran after Cash, I saw every single doll on the site were completely stationary, staring and facing me directly. I was dismissive of this detail, as I was more afraid of being alone. I never let Cash out of my sight. He led me straight home. I never loved my dog more than when I realized what he had done for me. Dogs are never lost. They always know the way. Before I went to bed, I told my dad what I saw. He laughed it off and told me it was just teenagers being punks, that I should just let it go. I found that comforting and was almost willing to let it go. I even fell asleep without any trouble. That night was when I heard it for the first time. The noise that haunts me to this very day. I woke up and I could hear noise coming through my window. I got up and looked out to listen closer. That's when I realized it was chanting. Voices, dozens maybe. They were coming from in the woods. I could hear them, loudly and rhythmically. I didn't know what they were saying, but I could tell it was ceremonious, like a hymn you hear people sing in churches, except that it felt dark, violent even. I immediately thought about the clearing with the rock, the dolls, the fear. I knew in my bones that the chanting was coming from there. What scared me the most was that it wasn't far. It wasn't far at all. The chanting went on for hours. I just lay there in bed, wide-eyed, in fear, listening to this, praying that it would stop. It wouldn't though. It went on until around 4 a.m, when the early birds began to wake up. I stopped playing in those woods. My dad noticed the behavior immediately, and he asked if I was all right. I told him about the chanting, and again, he just shrugged his shoulders and said that it was probably teenagers drinking beers, having a party. I asked him why they would drink beer and chant the same sound for 5 hours. He told me they weren't chanting, that I imagined it, and that I should close the window from now on. I probably should have listened to him, but I didn't. Curiosity got the better of me. The next night, the chanting began again at exactly 11 o'clock. It seemed louder than before. I couldn't sleep hearing it, but I couldn't bring myself to close the window either. I don't know why I thought this way. Probably because I was just a kid. I dim-wittedly thought at the time that if I closed my window, I wouldn't be able to hear them coming if they decided to break in. The logic is very flawed, I know, that they would still be chanting as they emerge from the woods and cross my yard, and not be nice and quiet about it. But that's how I thought back then. That's why I couldn't close the window, because I had to know if they were coming. This went on for several days. Every night, from 11 to 4, exactly on the dot. Sometimes, I could see in the woods, way, way, way out there, a faint glow, like the light of a fire. But it was so faint and far in between that I didn't know whether to acknowledge or dismiss it as a trick of my own eyes. Other times, I would successfully fall asleep due to exhaustion, only to wake up several hours later in a panic, still able to hear it. I asked my dad if Cash could sleep in my room on the third night, and he said that'd be fine. It felt better, knowing I had the dog to keep me company, while I could still hear that noise. And better yet, if I could hear them coming, he would too, and then be a dog about it and start barking out the window at them. I anticipated a good night's sleep, and even felt a bit silly for not thinking about this solution earlier. I fell asleep at 8 with Cash sleeping at the foot of my bed. I woke up that night at about 11:15 to Cash barking. He was on his 2 hind legs, tail wagging spastically, and he was barking out the window, ears pointed straight up. He was barking, growling, howling out the window. I immediately got out of bed and looked out the window towards the woods. Nothing. Nothing at all. Cash was very agitated though, growling and looking at me, then back out the window and barking. The chanting was still going on, same as the last couple of nights. I remember feeling uncomfortable that Cash was barking at the noise, that he was in danger of getting their attention. I tried to calm him down. That's when my dad came in. He stumbled in groggily and picked up the dog and turned to walk out the door with him, mumbling about him shutting the hell up. I called his name, but he was in a very sleepy state. He was practically dead on his feet. I screamed at him, "Dad, the woods!" That got his attention. He turned around and walked up to me, looked out the window, and then back at me. "This again?" he mumbled. "Look, boy, it's just your imagination." "No, listen, that's what Cash was going crazy about. There are people singing in the woods. Just listen." He looked carefully out the window. Cash was growling in his arms as his head turned out the window. I listened too, but there was nothing. No sound. Total silence. I couldn't believe it. Could this have just been a coincidence? My dad told me to go to sleep, and he left the room, mumbling insults at Cash. The silence chilled me far more than the chanting ever did. At least when they were singing their malicious hymns, there was a sense of distance between them and me. But right now, I know they're out there, but I don't know where. I had no bearings whatsoever. What was even worse, what wrought unprecedented terror upon me, was that There was no nighttime ambience in those woods. No crickets. Evenings brought them out in droves this time of year. And when they were chanting, I could still hear them. But now, it was quieter than a bone-chilling winter night. Pure silence. How long did I stare out the window at those woods across my backyard? I have no idea. But when I woke up the next day, I was still sitting in the chair I planted right by it. That morning over breakfast, I insisted that there really was chanting out there. But my dad was not hearing any of it. He put his foot down and told me that he won't hear any more of this, that I need to grow up, take responsibility, and stop being so afraid all the time. You know, typical tough guy dad shit. I didn't even bother trying to bring back up the lack of crickets, knowing full well that he'd have made up an explanation for that as well. So I just kept quiet, and I ate my breakfast. Later that day, I was waiting for my mum to pick me up at the end of my dad's driveway to bring me to my grandma's house, where she was currently living. It was Friday, and my mum had me on weekends. As I was waiting there, a large black pickup truck passed by the house very slowly. It came to a stop right in front of me. There were two men in the truck, older, about my dad's age. At first I thought maybe they were friends of his, but this thought didn't last. The driver rolled down his window and he looked at me. He was bald and he was wearing abnormally slim sunglasses. He was smoking a thin cigar. I remember the strong scent of it. He looked at me as if he was sizing me up, investigating for a moment, until finally he smiled at me, reached over and hit his friend on the shoulder and pointed me out to him. He too was bald and wearing the same sunglasses. They said something to each other, and then the driver looked back at me with a terrible smile and drove away, waving slowly at me as he did so. They passed by me 3 more times before my mum finally picked me up. I didn't give those two any thought and just took comfort in the thought that I would be sleeping somewhere else for the next couple of nights. The weekend went by without a hitch, and sleeping over at Grandma's house was such a relief. When I told her and Mum about the voices in the woods, they just looked at each other and told me to tell Dad about it. Frustrated, I argued that I did, but it was pointless. She too used the "it's just your imagination" crap, same as Dad. Not once during the whole experience did the memory leave my mind of the two men in the truck or the distant chanting. Soon enough, I would have to return. Sunday night came along, and I was dropped off back at my dad's place, where I would spend the whole day dreading the inevitable nightfall, dreading the answer of whether or not I would hear the chanting in the woods, hear the strange people sing their dark songs in unison. I begged my dad to let me keep cash in the room again, but he said no, leaving me to face what happened next alone. So, come bedtime, I was sitting in my chair by the window, staring into the darkness until the hour came. I stayed up until 11, expecting to hear it. But what I got was silence. No singing. No crickets either. Just pure silence. I couldn't tell if I was relieved or terrified. Maybe they all moved on. Maybe they went somewhere else to play their creepy games. It took quite some self-convincing, but I managed to calm myself to such a state of mind where I could actually go to sleep, knowing that I was safe. Reluctantly, I crawled into my bed and I closed my eyes. I woke up in a start to the most messed up thing I had ever seen. It was surreal. The image of it. Every time I sleep, I see it. My brain immediately surged itself into full function, beyond consciousness, and straight into full-fledged fight or flight mode as a cold, rough hand forced its way over my mouth and shoved my face into my own mattress. I felt a body much larger than my own bear down on me. I felt the jagged kneecap ram itself directly into my stomach as I was then pulled out of my bed and wrestled into a standing position. The cold hand still holding my mouth shut. Another hand wedging my left hand directly behind my back and pulling upwards until the pain became so unbearable I thought my arm might come off. Shh. A voice whispered into my ear. His breath was cold. Yes, said another voice across the room. My eyes were well adjusted to the darkness as it was, and I could see, through the moonlight shining into my now opened window, a man wearing a horrible, horrible mask. At first, I thought he had the head of a goat, but I knew better. The goat stared with lifeless marbles where its eyes should have been. Its head was a mask, made out of the severed head of a goat or a ram, not properly stuffed and half rotted. Its horns curled into spirals jutting out of its head, and random patches of the fur were missing, simply to show raw blistering skin. I tried to scream, but the hand over my mouth tightened its grip. My arm behind my back pulled to near breaking point. Scream, and we will kill you, the voice whispered into my ear. My eyes couldn't, no, they wouldn't, break away from that horrible person wearing that severed goat's head as a mask. He was shirtless, wearing a necklace of what appeared to be bones. He was horribly emaciated, and there were markings all up and down his torso. In his right hand, he held a knife, about the size of my forearm. Its build wasn't like any knife I had ever seen. It took a step closer to me, and he pressed it up against my throat. The steel was bitterly cold, and the tip of the blade was sharper than anything I'd ever felt. It would take less than 4 ounces of pressure to open my throat, and they knew that I knew that. I could not cry. I couldn't even breathe. In its other hand, it held a small, basic candle. Tomorrow, the thing said, his voice muffled by the lifeless dead goat mask. You will exit your house at midnight. You will light this candle, place it on the ground in the center of your yard, and you will sit behind it, legs crossed, right foot on top of your left knee, and vice versa. If you don't do this, the voice whispered into my ear, the blood of your loved ones will be on your hands." The goat man quickly retreated the blade from my neck. I don't remember what happened next. I remember waking up in my bed, panting and crying. My dad came in to see what was wrong with me, and when I told him, he told me it was just a nightmare. At this point, he sat down at the end of my bed. He looked very wary, like he didn't want to say what he was about to say. He rubbed his eyes and wearily explained to me that this was all just me stressing out over the divorce, that maybe we should look into talking to a therapist about these voices and hallucinations I've been having. I remember feeling so betrayed, so alone by the unfairness of that. I argued with him that everything I was seeing and hearing was true, but it was too late. He and Mum talked it out. My behaviour, my claims. They thought that I was losing my shit over the divorce. Their minds were made up. Nothing I would be able to say would have convinced them otherwise. And of course, in hindsight, it only made perfect sense. Who would believe a 9-year-old when they say that they're hearing voices? I was silent the whole day. Cash sat with me in my room as I wasted the daylight playing video games. I didn't speak to my old man, not once. I could see the weary look on his face when he'd walk by my room, but he didn't want to press the issue. He looked just as defeated as I did. He spent most of the day on the phone. It wasn't until later that day I found myself recalling what the goat thing said to me before everything had gone dark. It told me that I had to light a candle at midnight. But when I woke up that morning, there was nothing in my room. There was a sudden sense of hope, because when I searched around my room, trying to find his candle, it was nowhere to be found. Never, even to this day, have I searched so hard for something, only to be frantically pleased by the end results. It was just gone. Had I been alleviated from the duties imposed on me by these strange interlopers? The relief was unbelievable. Like I was severed from a horrible burden. Even the thought of being forced to see a shrink didn't seem so harsh now, compared to the prospect that maybe these attackers really were just a bad dream. A severely realistic dream, mind you, but a dream nonetheless. Maybe, the whole situation was over. Maybe these horrible people really had moved on. Maybe that goat man was simply a mental projection of my own imaginative expectation towards whatever it was that those unnatural proceedings just beyond my sights were. You know, speculation. Nightfall came, and for the first time in a week, I felt no fear at the prospect of it. That felt good, like things were finally going back to normal. But I was wrong. I was so very wrong. When I placed my head on the pillow, eyes already closing, consciousness already drifting away, I felt a lump under my pillow. Curiously, I reached down there and I felt something long and smooth. I pulled out a candle, a tall, thin wax candle with a nice long wick. It was red, just like that one that the goat man was holding. My heart sank. My mouth went dry. Tears ran down my cheeks. And in that moment, I relived the entirety of last night all over again, down to the very last detail, where the guy holding me whispered in my ear about how the blood of the ones I loved would be on my hands. Suddenly, I was back in hell. I was back in the realm of terror. How did they get the candle under my pillow? Had I overlooked it this whole time? I lay in bed until midnight. I did not dare close my eyes, for fear of being held at knife point again. For fear of coming face to face with that horrible goat creature. The night was silent. No crickets, no birds, nothing. Dead silence. I could see that it had turned 12:01. The memory of that goat mask in my mind, uttering its instructions to me over and over. Go outside, light the candle, sit behind it. Do it, or the blood of my loved ones will be on my hands. At the time, I didn't know what it meant to have blood on your hands. The following day, I would learn exactly what it meant. Around 10 minutes in, I mustered up the courage to walk over to my window and look out of it. What I saw choked me on the spot. Side by side, at the entrance of the woods, I saw men. They were shadowed by the night and standing side by side. There must have been 20 of them. None of them was saying anything. They were all dead silent, and I could feel their eyes burning into me. It was just as strong as when I had felt the eyes of those dolls on my back at their sight. In a way, they felt like the same presence, the same intelligence. I can't explain. And then I saw him, the goat man, or rather, the silhouette of him, standing in the center of the figures. He was still as the night, but I could make out that face shape, the jutting horns. I could make it all out. I chickened out. I could not go out there. I just couldn't. I hid in my bed, blankets over my head, and I shut my eyes tight, crying all night. I didn't fall asleep until I heard the early morning birds. I was awake by 11:30. Shortly after breakfast, I heard my dad shouting in the front yard. I went out there to check and see what was happening, what it was that had him so upset. As I went out the front door, I could hear him more clearly. I could hear pain in his voice. A knot formed in my throat, and a harrowing sensation crawled across my skin. I was not ready to learn about the events that had transpired. And that was truly the scariest part. The moment before actualization. These people had mentioned blood on my hands. I didn't know what it meant, but I had a very vague idea that it meant my family getting hurt. I thought they got my dad. When I got to him, I saw that he was on his knees, crying. Cash was killed. He was hit by a car. "Son," my dad cried out, as he turned to hug me. "It's okay." He quickly led me back into the house, away from Cash, away from my best friend. The last thing I remember seeing as I was brought into the house was a large pickup truck driving by slowly. I saw those same two bald men, as old as Dad, staring at me through oddly slim sunglasses. I saw blood on their right front tire, and I saw the driver point directly at me. Cash's death was my fault. As I said it out loud, my dad held me tight and said with a stone-cold certainty that this was not my fault. That sometimes these things happen. He told me exactly what you would expect a father to tell his kid when their pet is killed in a random and seemingly pointless accident. But I knew better. The people in the woods had killed Cash, and it was all because I didn't do what they said. It was because I was a coward. His blood was on my hands, just as they said it would be. When I went into my room to cry, I saw outside my window a man in the center of the backyard. A man with no shirt on. He was wearing a mask made out of a severed goat's head, hollowed out on the inside. In the daylight, it was far more disturbing to see, because I could almost smell the lack of sanitation that it had to have exerted. I could see that it was surrounded by flies. But even worse than that, I saw a note that it was holding up. A piece of paper with a single word written across it. Midnight. I couldn't handle it. I ran outside to chase him down. But when I got outside, the thing was gone. My hate and anger somehow superseded my guilt and sadness, because I ran far into the woods before realizing that this time, if I got lost, I would not have Cash to lead me back to the house. I would be all alone. No, not alone. I would have whatever was in those woods with me. I could feel eyes in there. I could feel eyes everywhere. My every move was being watched, from the autumn canopy to the bushes just yards away. I knew there were eyes everywhere, that I was surrounded in here. And as my senses became more clear from the adrenaline-fueled rage I was experiencing, I realized that it was getting stronger by the minute. Then I noticed the smell. The stench. At the time, I thought it smelled like bad milk or bologna left in the refrigerator for too long. It was strong. Too strong. My eyes began to water, and I could feel my stomach begin to turn. How could a smell be so painful to endure? Then it occurred to me. They killed my best friend. There was only one more life they could take. My dad's. The presence became stronger. I could hear whispering in the wind. The smell grew more powerful with every breath. Any second, I was certain that I would be overwhelmed by God knows what. I realized that if I didn't do what they demanded of me, I would be taken here and now. What could I have done? I shook my head and I began to cry. Okay, I'll do it." The relief was instantaneous. The woods became brighter. The smell subsided. The feeling of being watched, replaced by what could only be described as serenity. The forest went from a den of unspeakable terror to a place of, well, it was just the woods again, just as it always had been. I came back home and I helped my dad dig Cash's grave. We said our goodbyes and we buried him. We made up a cute little dog bone shaped tombstone out of leftover wood from Dad's old workshop. And that was that. My mum came over that day, and we all went out to dinner at, well, I won't say where. The food was the best I ever had. We gave Cash a little toast, and that was that. In the back of my mind, though, midnight. I spent another silent night staring at my clock, watching the numbers transform into the next every 60 seconds. The wait was agonizing. Each passing minute was like a minute removed from my life. That night, I was quite certain that I was going to die, and I was trapped. They would have killed my parents if I tried anything. Killing Cash made that entirely too clear to me. 11:55, 11:56, 11:57, 11:58, 11:59. I looked out the window. There they all were again, side by side. Shadows of people, and the goat man in the center. All their eyes were on me. I looked at the clock. Midnight. I looked back out the window. They were all gone. They knew that I was going to come out tonight. They killed my dog, and then, threatening to kill me on the spot after I followed them into the woods. They knew I was broken. My spirits shattered, but I was more afraid of what would happen if I didn't go out there, over what might happen if I did. I grabbed the candle and I walked into my backyard. The darkness was thick, thicker than usual, and that smell, sour milk, spoiled lunch meat, blood, rot, decay, shit, puke, bile, death. My skin began to crawl, and a shiver took me over. Breathing became very difficult. I could scarcely make out the forest before me. It wasn't just an entrance or a boundary. It was a living, breathing thing, and it was anticipating my every movement. As I took a step into my yard, a jolt of terror shot through me as I passed through the motion sensors and activated the backyard light. There was relief in the light, safety at least, for a little while anyway. I used my father's lighter to spark up the candle. I planted it onto the cold, dewy grass, and I sat down nice and slowly, ready to cross my legs. I never sat in the full position that they instructed me to, because as I was in the process of sitting down, I saw it. 2 green eyes. Have you ever been outside and shine your light directly on an animal's face, way off in the distance in the dead of the night. At a distance where it was too far away to make out what it looks like, but not far enough for their eyes to not catch and reflect the light. This was exactly what I saw, except it seemed to be too high above the ground, higher than a coyote's height, higher even than a human's height. It appeared to be pacing back and forth in the woods. I could hear the leaves shuffling with every step it was taking, constantly coming in and out of existence due to the unseen trees eclipsing those glowing shards of light, those glaring eyes. They must have been reflecting off the backyard light. I could hear it breathing. It sounded painful to me. The air came out in short, sporadic breaths, and when it did, I felt the huffs of frozen air, rank with that rotten stench, go right through me. I don't remember how long it paced like this, never leaving the outskirts of the woods, never breaking eye contact with me. Every now and then, it would stop and lower closer to the ground until its eyes were level with me. It would remain in that position, like a cat low to the ground, prepping to pounce on its prey. It would only stay in this position for around 10 seconds at a time, before it would rise back up and pace some more. After it had done this several times, I realized something was stopping it. The light. I was dumbstruck, frozen in place. My throat was so tight. The air was barely getting into me, barely getting out of me. There was a powerful sense etched within my soul that any sudden movement would have sent this unspeakable thing into a frenzy at me, light or not. I didn't know if it was going to outright kill me here in the backyard, or if it was going to drag me into the woods, eat me alive out there. I didn't know what the relationship was between this thing and the psychopaths that had ordered me out here. What I did know is that with each moment that it wasn't getting me, it was getting angrier. I couldn't let it get me. I couldn't let it take me away. Theoretically, I was safe in the light. Except the thing was that this motion sensor light ran on a timer. I knew that timer would soon run out. And when it did, the light would go, and nothing would be stopping it from getting me. With all my courage, all my willpower, I forced myself to stand up, letting out a hoarse breath. The eyes immediately stopped moving when it saw me stand up. I could not tell you for certain, but I was almost positive they narrowed. The prospect of me escaping infuriated it to such a level that it began to stalk towards me. I could tell it was moving forward, threateningly, showing a willingness to brave the light. I took a step back, and when I did, it took a swift step forward. I could almost see its shape. Tall, thin, bony, too dark to distinguish any specific features. Except, well, it had horns. Large, curled, spiral-like horns. Or at least, it looked as though it did. I don't remember running back to the house. I don't remember making it inside. I don't remember anything after the point where the light shut off. It was sudden, as if death caught me. The timer was up. The light shut down and enveloped me in darkness. I recall hearing it scream. It sounded like a child denied its toy. Or was that me? When the light died, I just ran. It was hours later when I came to my senses. My dad was holding me. My mum was there too. I was crying. Later, they would tell me that I was screaming, "Don't let it get me," over and over again. "Don't let it get me." I don't remember it myself. I never saw that thing again. I never saw the man with the goat mask again. The two old men in the pickup truck, I never saw them again either. From that day forward, I always slept with the window shut tight. The next day, my dad and my mum took me outside to explain that nothing had happened. We saw displaced grass mixed with mud. We even saw gore marks on the trees. I thought that this would be evidence enough to plead my case, but it wasn't. My dad laughed at me, telling me he had figured the whole thing out. I had had an encounter with a deer. Those markings in the tree were from antlers, and it charged at me because it felt threatened. This was such a convenient explanation that I wished to God that it was true, but I knew otherwise. Several weeks later, I heard that there was a missing person search that took place in those woods, but I myself had not seen or heard anything at that time. My dad and my therapist insisted that this knowledge would only enable my tendencies as a schizophrenic, so they said. So they stopped me from looking into it. Yeah, I was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia disorder. They said I got it through my inability to cope with the divorce. They told me that I had retracted into a delusion because I felt responsible for the family's collapse, and that my youthful, undeveloped mind couldn't process the guilt properly. That these cultists and their beast were just agents of personal symbolism. Something like that. For a while, I believed everything they told me. The lies felt safe. The lies were comfortable. Several years later, they would tell me that I would have made a full recovery. It was an easy process, since I never had another encounter again. At that point in time, I was so angry. I just told them what they wanted to hear. When I became old enough, I severed all ties with my parents, and I moved out of state. Once I was on my own, I looked into the town's archives and researched as much information as I could about that era, back when I was 9. The missing persons report, the manhunt in those woods, it had lasted only several days, and all they found was one man. He was torn apart, his limbs removed, his organs missing. They found that he was wearing a peculiar mask, the head of a ram, but its innards were carefully carved and hollowed to fit over a human's head. When they removed the helmet, they saw that he had died with an expression of absolute horror. I took pleasure in that. I would like to believe that these men were cultists, that they were attempting to appease some unseen, unnamed god. A god that absolutely should not have existed. A god that had no right to walk among man, and that during their attempt to appease it, I had botched their ritual by breaking an important piece of the process. The doll. And in their attempt to salvage it, they forced me into offering myself up as a sacrifice to it. But its failure to do whatever it was going to do to me that night destroyed the whole operation. I would prefer to believe that in the name of vengeance, this angry thing turned on its own worshippers, killing them all and dragging them all back to wherever it came from. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. There is just one thing I still can't figure out. Why is it that no matter where I go, when I'm all alone, in quiet places, in the dead of the night, why can I still hear them chanting that unholy sermon? The one I heard so long ago in the woods, when I was 9. It had all started as a weekend trip to Las Vegas. A 3-day weekend was coming up. Some friends wanted to add spice to their lives, and Vegas happened to be on the bucket list. Not mine, theirs. I wanted to stay home, watch old cartoons. I'd bought a bunch of them from a video store. I wanted to just maybe sleep in that Friday. Maybe I didn't make it clear to them. Or maybe they just ignored me. But they'd already bought me a plane ticket and booked me a hotel room. With it being too late to refund everything, out of financial obligation, I couldn't let that money go to waste. That would make me a bad and potentially boring friend. We landed and reached the hotel before noon. I had 5 friends with me, and everyone was feeling the excitement. Especially one, Sadie. Sadie was the group extrovert, the leader. She didn't suggest Vegas, but she sure as hell put herself in charge the moment the others considered the trip. Standing in front of us in the hotel lobby, she held a list of places for us to check out. I just stood by, let her list them all off. Everyone casted their votes on which places to skip, which places to start with, and which ones to save for last. What we ended up with was a schedule starting with the most fun and physically demanding stuff, gradually leading towards the more exciting, unsavory stuff. I had already mentally decided to call it when evening rolled around to avoid the clubs. I guess I am a boring friend. I will say this about Vegas. A lot of places are surprisingly clean. Don't get me wrong, we did see plenty of streets that looked like the physical manifestation of a painful hangover, but many were straight out of Hollywood. It's colorful, it's loud, it's a theme park that people live in. It was almost surreal when we ended up on streets that looked plain and ordinary. Men in suits, kids leaving school, that kind of thing. I guess I knew very little about Las Vegas. Of course, a lot of it is normal. But still, I found it interesting. When we turned down a street where the buildings looked like modern art, I knew I would be in for a hell of a time. Day drinking, slot machines, live shows, you name it. I can admire the work and the effort that they put into all of it, but it just wasn't for me. When we had dinner at what I thought was a nice casino restaurant, until I saw the male servers were in very tight, revealing outfits, I had just about mentally checked out. "Hey, I think I'm done," I said, before the chorus of ahs could get any louder. "I'm tired. The flight gave me a headache." "I have a pill for that in my bag," one of my friends said. "Don't worry about it. I think rest is better right now. You guys have fun though. Try not to stay out too late." I was feeling older with every word and every excuse that was coming out of my mouth. I'm 28, and I was talking like I was 48. That being said, the amount of free relief I felt walking into that empty hotel room was criminal. I must have felt tired to some degree, because the bed I fell onto had my eyes drooping immediately. It was the cool, soft, Egyptian cotton seats that had me feeling that sleep was the finest pleasure on earth. I know that says a lot about me, but still, it was really nice. I turned the TV on, and I flicked through channels, finally ending up on a new episode of How It's Made. Well, maybe it was an old episode, I don't know. What I can say for sure is that my brain was locked in, and as the sun fell beyond the horizon, I was gone. I woke up to a call. My phone was buzzing beside my head, the vibrations doing more to wake me up than the light-hearted jingle I had for a ringtone. I picked up. "Yeah?" I groaned. "What's up? It's 5 in the morning. Where are you guys?" "Hey, you're really missing out here." Sadie's voice was garbled by music. "We're up the road, towards the red place. We're in the club with the big green monster truck out front. You can't miss it. Come on." She hung up before I could say anything. "You underestimated me," I muttered. I turned over in bed and looked out the window. The city was alive. Even after a full night, everything was still going. Lights and sounds, the distant thumps of music. There had to be some stellar muting in the walls, because I could see that the party was not far away. I thought about going. It was the idea of missing out that bothered me a little, because I didn't think I was missing out. Yet, when so many people you call friends say that you are, you do start to wonder if you really know how to live. Maybe the happiness you feel from simple things is not as potent as the happiness you get while being drunk at a club with your friends. "Screw that," I said. I knew that was a dumb way of thinking, but I also didn't feel that tired anymore. The least I could do was enjoy the trip my own way, and at that moment, I just wanted to go for a walk. Not in the streets, of course, but I did remember Sadie mentioning on her list of activities some kind of walk thing just outside the city. I was the only one who was interested at the time, and she didn't seem too enthusiastic when she told us about it. I got out of bed and I texted her, asking for the address, to which she sent me the Google business thing. No official page or anything, just a bare bones minimum. It lacked that Vegas flair. That was a plus for me, I think. Just after midday, I arrived at that place. I paid the taxi guy and jumped out into the heat. I always had decent clothing for the outdoors with me. It was like my entire wardrobe. Yet, this heat was still a surprise. I guess being in a cool car for half an hour would make it feel like stepping into an oven. The trail started with a small collection of shacks, with one larger building that looked like it was in good condition. It was painted an ugly yellow, with small, cartoonish paints all around it, like a cactus character, a tumbleweed, with some classics like the Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote thrown in for good measure. I don't think they were going for a cowboy theme, but that's what I felt when I saw the owner. A tall woman, wearing chaps, a 10-gallon hat and a checkered shirt. She looked like she had seen some things. Just shocking the way the skin beneath her eyes seemed to bubble. Yet, when she saw me, she gave me the warmest smile. She greeted me, marching over with her hand outstretched. I held mine out too. She shook it and shook my arm like a wet noodle. "Am I not too late?" "Not at all," she said. "Some eccentric fellas are already set up for the first group today. There's still time to join them before they go." A group? Yeah, I find it's better to send people out in groups. Less chance of people getting lost or bunching up on the trail. Better for pictures too, you see? Right. We also have a route for horses if you're interested in... No horses. They scare me. I'll stick with the group. Fair enough. I won't press you. I always hated it when people said that. Nothing made me feel more pressed than someone telling me they won't press me. Still, she was nice. Sweeter than honey and iced tea. I didn't say anything more, and I followed her to the start of the trail. There was clear signage there, with numbers near the fences and gates, indicating the different trails. The trail she pointed me to didn't have a sign or a number. The first group should be waiting there. She pointed down the trail, towards a large rock. They're set to leave in 5 minutes. Do you have everything you need? Water, hat, sunscreen, I said. Good. It's hot now, but it'll get cool later. A little known fact about the desert, Dorothy said, pointing up a finger as if she expected me to take note. Of course, I already knew that. I nodded, and I started walking up the trail towards the rock. She already started her march back to the main building. I was feeling pretty good, even excited. I love the openness of the desert, and I was hoping that, being 20 minutes outside of Vegas, I would get to enjoy the natural beauty of it all. There was a group of people waiting by the rock, but looking at them was a little weird. I mean, I don't want to show my ignorance, but I think they were religious or just had some kind of cultural thing going on. Maybe I was about to walk with some foreigners from overseas, or it was some kind of LARPing group. I didn't know. There were at least 20 people there, and it was hard to tell if they were all men or not, because they were all dressed in robes, from head to toe. Not flowing robes either, but a lot more neat, constricted. My first real thought wasn't, what the hell are they wearing, but how the hell haven't they melted? All but one of their robes were red, but the last one was black. He stood tall, straight, the first one to turn in my direction. Upon seeing them, I was already psyching myself up to say something. Approaching a group of people you don't know alone was terrifying. As you could guess, Sadie and her group were the ones who adopted me at work. I was just happy they did, because I would have never gone up to them. "Room for one more?" I said, with a forced smile. I was a little quiet at first, but better a little too quiet than a little too loud. The ones in the red robes turned from me, and they looked at the other one in black. "Please do," the man said. "Have you been on this trail before?" "No, first time," I answered. "Be sure to stick close. Conserve your energy. It is to be a long walk." The man in the black robes pointed towards the desert, the distant rocks, and the sparse foliage. It felt so surreal, but at the same time, it felt right. Like I'd stepped into the adventure I wanted. Only, something was throwing me off. It was the silence from such a large group. When we started on the path, I didn't hear anything from the people in the red robes. The only one I'd heard speak up until that moment was the one in the black robes. He would speak to me every few minutes, usually to point something out. But the gaps between those moments were growing larger. Initially, I thought he was a guide, but it became clear as he drifted into the others that he was just familiar with the trail. I was too shy to keep the conversation going, finding myself just enjoying the sights around me. The range of colors I was seeing was just incredible. So many people think the desert is just muted, dry colors, but there are just as many shades of light and dark. The vibrant oranges when we found ourselves in a ravine were stunning. We followed a small stream in that shallow ravine until the trail opened up into the desert again. It was just in time to see the sun settle below the horizon. "The sky becomes like blood," the man in the black robe said. I jumped, not at his voice, but because I thought I was at the back of the pack. Now, he was right behind me. I wanted to keep everyone in view, so I made sure to stay behind. "A beautiful red. Yes." I turned to look at him. He was looking right at me. I could see his eyes, his pale skin, through the slit in the robes. It was odd to look at, because his hands were dark. When I had finally registered his words as a question, I stuttered in response. Yeah," I said, feeling a chill run down my spine. I took the hoodie out of my backpack and I pulled it on. Amazing how fast the cold comes in too, huh? "Yes." "Do you think you can make the walk back?" he asked. "We should almost be there, so..." No. "We are quite far now," he corrected. "By night, the journey back should be quicker. 5 hours seems about right." My heart sank. I thought we had taken some turns, and we were just about to see the start of the trail again. Yet, looking around, I should have been able to see that distant glow of Vegas. Instead, all I saw were dark, robed figures, shambling ever onward into the desert. My water had run out. My phone had long since died, and I was hungry. My panic was stiff at first, but I began to hear it in my voice. "Then let's turn back," I said. "You can go back. We are heading somewhere else," the man in black said. "Is it close?" "Very close. But you are not able to join us. Not as you are." He looked me up and down. I wondered if he was referring to my clothes and how I stood out amongst them. But something in those eyes, it showed something else. Disgust. It was like my entire existence didn't fit in. Not just my clothes. His tone was growing more serious and far less friendly as well. At that moment, I noticed a building noise, a rumbling, which I mistook for chatter amongst the men and women in red robes. But as it grew louder, it sounded more like an uncoordinated hum, like they were all humming a song that none of them knew the lyrics to. "Again, too late," he murmured. "As it should be, so it is." "Too late," I repeated. "Mind where you step," he told me. "Once your weight is on your foot, your choice is made." The humming had reached a breaking point in the tone. The night sky became a lot darker, and the stars and moon vanished. The midnight blue became a pitch black, a surreal void. It felt like something was blocking it out of sight, because that same darkness seemed to move wherever I looked. The desert, it remained illuminated by some strange source of light. I could see the red robes against the pitch black, and I watched as they marched across the sands. I was overwhelmed by a sense of dread, a feeling of weakness. My whole body began to ache, and every effort seemed to strain my muscles and even my bones. I knew this feeling, the one bubbling inside of me. It was many years ago, when I was a child. I was coughing in my bed, constantly, day after day. That weakness kept me wondering how hollow I could get. I felt as weak and as flimsy as a thin plastic bag. My heart, I could feel its every beat, as if all of my insides were numb and only it soldiered on. I was waiting for it to give out. The people in the red robes began to shed their blood-red fabric. Naked forms that began to age and decay before my eyes. A space in the inky void ahead of them suddenly opened up. A shining white door, tall, thin. The way was clear, and I did not have it in me to walk on. I was terrified. "Why are you scared?" the man in the black robes asked. "What awaits you is an end to the pain. Keep walking strong." He placed his hand on my shoulder and guided me. The people ahead of me were growing more grotesque by the second. My head was burning inside. I felt dehydrated. While my body was in a state of shock and fear, my mind was just trying its best to grip onto reality, to steer me away. The man in the black robe seemed to sense it, because he stopped walking and he looked at me. With all my energy I had left, I looked at him too. You cannot go back now, he told me. Your life is with them. It is only natural to pass over to the next plane. I felt the heat of tears. It was just like those nights years ago. The very real fear of death. I am ashamed of it now, but I was not thinking of my loved ones, not even my family. I didn't think of all the wrong I did, the regrets I had. When I looked into that man's eyes, all I could think was, why now? The man seemed to sigh, but I didn't hear the exhale. His shoulders slumped, and the humming faded completely. These shambling corpses turned around to look back at me with their empty sockets. The dead must be laid to rest, he said. It is only natural. The earth will bind the body and free the spirit. The man in black grabbed both my shoulders, twisted me around, and began to lay me on the ground as if I weighed nothing. I could not move. I could only watch as he began to scoop the sand with his hands over me. I heard that rumbling again, but it sounded angry. I looked up, as far as I could. The corpses were moving closer, and they radiated malice. More tears, and even a pathetic whimper. Hush now, the man in the black robe said. They are not upon you yet. He was working fast, and only a few seconds later, I could feel sand over every inch of my body. He finished by pouring the sand over my face, covering me completely. I could hear the dead close in. I heard a muttering of words. Then I heard his screams. I tried not to imagine the pain one must feel in order to make those sounds. He was still alive, but his cries grew further away as they carried him towards that white arch. I could gather this much from what I heard. As his voice faded, the rambling ceased, and strength returned to my body. I could breathe, and I was breathing in sand. With a choking gasp, I sat up, coughing and spluttering. I noticed immediately the pink and purple hue of the sky. On my back, I felt the warmth of the morning sun. Looking all around, I saw nothing. No dead people, no man in black, no inky sky and white arch. All the evidence I had was the blood on the sand, and it trailing off before stopping completely. I eventually found a road and somebody to point me in the direction of Vegas, but they were not willing to give me a lift back. Luckily, after an hour or two of walking, someone else came along. I watched out the window as we drove past the road leading to the yellow building where the trail began. I think I even saw Dorothy talking to a group of tourists. When I arrived back at the hotel, I dug my room key out of a sandy backpack and I held it in front of the machine. It still worked, thank God, and a few seconds later, I was taking a shower, trying to let the hot water bring a little more warmth to me. All the while, I could not stop thinking about that man in the black robes. He was not a dead man, not like the others. He didn't seem evil, but he didn't seem sane either. No matter what conclusions I made about him, I realized that he saved my life, and he paid a price for it. A thought that snapped everything into place, and I cried in that shower as all of the feelings rushed at me at once. I spoke about this experience with only one person, a priest. I don't think he really believed a word I said. Not truly. I think he thought I was talking about a dream, or more accurately, a nightmare. Yet, he showed enough concern to say something wise and biblical about sacrifice. It wasn't his words that convinced me to refine my faith. It was the thought of believing in nothing when something like that happened to me. It didn't sit right. That's what I gained for the price that someone else paid. I only pray that it is enough. Greetings my friends, Creepy Oz here. Tonight's video is a double feature which contains 2 original horror stories written by me a very long time ago. Fun fact, these are both very loosely based on some creepy personal childhood experiences. So there you go, little tidbit for you. Before we start, I don't usually talk before the videos, so while I've got your attention, you know, all the usual, like, subscribe, comment, all that helps out a lot. So anyway, gonna shut up, on with the stories. Tonight's first story is titled Flop Drop. Have you guys ever heard of a quinkin? It's probably not a term most of you are familiar with. They're spoken of in Australian Aboriginal dreamings. Usually they're described as mischievous, sometimes even playful spirits. I'm not so sure. I know what I saw that night. I could never forget it, no matter how hard I've tried to. And what I saw couldn't have been further from the term playful. When I was a young fella, my brother and I would often take camping trips out to the rivers and streams surrounding our hometown. One of our personal favourite spots was a section of the Burdekin River, known locally as Big Bend. It was around an hour's drive from town. This place was usually secluded enough that you could camp out without having to worry too much about crowds. These weekend campouts usually consisted of just myself and my bro. But I remember this one trip, my stepbrother and his girlfriend came along with us. Now, of course, being a kid at the time, I only vaguely remember bits and pieces. So don't worry, I won't bore you with silly, irrelevant details. I'm gonna jump right into the one notable occurrence. That's what you're here for, right? The creepy stuff. Well, yeah, there certainly was plenty of that. It was some time after we had dinner. My stepbrother was the one to pipe up with the suggestion. He wanted to take a stroll through the bush, off to a more isolated part of the area. Echo Hole would be our destination. I had only been there once or twice in my life, and only when I was really little, so I jumped at the chance to head out there again, especially on a creepy moonlit night such as it was. So there we were, myself, my brother, and my stepbrother, strolling through the scrub, walking and talking as you do. He was telling us all these strange stories of things that supposedly lurked out there in the bush. I remember distinctly, this was the first time I ever heard about the Quintkins. He kept on telling us random stories about people who had supposedly seen them. Tales of these things stalking campsites or chasing people through the scrub as they were out there, you know, taking care of business. This would be my very first introduction to Aboriginal spirits and ghosts. Still, it wasn't at that point I got truly scared. I was more fascinated than anything. I had always been into dark and scary things, so these stories simply captivated my imagination rather than freaked me out. It was only when we rounded the bend to Echo Hole and came into that large clearing which housed the sizable waterhole in question that the creepy stuff began. I remember my stepbrother just stopping on the spot, and in an instant, he just turned and bolted back off down the road. That gave me and my brother a fright. It wasn't entirely out of character though. This bloke was a weirdo, and he'd often do random shit like that. But then we saw what caused him to run. Picture this scene. This waterhole. It's pretty bloody big. And on the far side of it, there's this massive rock wall. Stretches upwards about 10 meters or so. You can stand on the shoreline and shout, and your voice echoes all around. Hence the name Echo Hole. During the daylight hours, it's a popular activity for people to climb up the side and jump off into the water. At night though, it's always deserted. Not tonight. We see it, and at first, it's just barely discernible shadows. Then we start to make out forms. My brother's the first to say it. Is that people up there? And we both just stared upwards. I saw it too. Yep, for sure. Human-shaped figures making their way up the rocks off to the side. There's about 5 or 6 of them dragging their bodies up the scrub. Not walking, I mean quite literally dragging themselves up, their arms and legs flailing around as they do so. As they get to the top, they all kinda line up side by side, still laying there on their guts. But now, their heads and the tops of their torsos are hanging over the edge of that rock wall. That's bloody dangerous. Yeah, people do jump from there, but there's a certain spot you gotta jump from to make sure you clear any rocks underneath. These guys, they're aiming their heads right towards those rocks and all the sharp cliff edges and branches and stuff that sticks out from the wall on the way down. And they're teetering right on the edge. At this point, we yell out to them, "Hey, what are you doing? Get down from there, you dickheads. You're gonna get hurt." Our words helplessly echoed back to us and reverberated through the still night air. And still, they did not listen. Instead, in unison, they simply leaned further and further over the edge before plummeting downwards. We watched on in horror as these people bounced off the rocks on the way down before splattering into the waters at the bottom, much of which made for shallow cover over sharp rocks just below the surface. There is no way that anyone's surviving that. We stood there in a state of shock, not knowing what to do. We had just witnessed people die right in front of us. That horror lasted barely 1 moment before it was replaced by another. For when we glanced back up to see if maybe we could catch a glimpse of where they ended up, we surely did, but not as we expected. Cold fear gripped us both in an instant as we watched these things bobbing up and down in the water, floating ever so slowly towards us, their heads straight up in front, with their faces pointed right at us. It was very clear now that what we were looking at were not human beings. These things were shadowy, dark, humanoid, yet far from human. Their faces were the dead giveaway. You could barely make out these once human features, but the eyes were hollow, as were the mouths that hung open as they floated through the water, coming ever closer to us. It is a strange sensation, being literally frozen in fear. Unless you've experienced it for yourself, you can't possibly understand it. But in that moment, all we could do was stand there in the night. Nothing but the splish splash of the water as these things bobbed up and down, ominously surfing their way towards us. It was only when they reached the banks of the waterhole and began dragging their disgusting forms up and out of the water, and we got a close-up look at their gaping mouths and lanky, shadowy limbs, that we turned and ran, just as my stepbrother had before. It was obvious these things were chasing us. As we clambered up the sandbanks, making a beeline for the cover of the bush, we would steal glances back to see them practically floating after us. The strange thing was, once we hit the bush, once we passed that tree line, they just stopped. Just floated there, kinda dancing around on the sands. Not that we stayed to make sure that's all they were doing. We absolutely booked it back to camp, packed up our shit, and told our stepbrother that we were leaving. That was my first and last time to see what I believe was a quintkin. I mean, I have no idea what else it could have been. The description fits to a T. I suppose it could have been something else, another spirit of the land that I'm unaware of. But from the stories my stepbrother was telling us that night, that's what it looked like to me. Maybe hearing those stories, speaking them out loud, drew some kind of presence out from wherever the hell they hide. I don't know. But let me tell you, they scared me more than any other ghost I've ever heard tales of. The sheer oddity of what they were doing, yet how deliberate they were in their actions. The way they just slowly floated across that water. The way they toppled off the rock wall. None of it made any sense. And yet, we were very clearly their target. I still don't know why they were coming for us that night, what their intentions were. I hate the thought of those wide, gaping mouths every time they show up in my nightmares. Yep, I still have those. People often talk of ghostly encounters with a sense of wonder, of fascination. But let me assure you, it's not fun. It's traumatic. It's terrifying. And I truly hope I never see those things again. Story number 2. The Visitor. Did you ever have a memory that seemed to change over time? By that I mean, is there a moment in your life that you vividly recall, yet something about it always felt a bit off? Scientifically, this is usually referred to as a repressed memory. Over time, these memories occasionally begin to shift and change, the true details becoming clearer as time goes by. This phenomenon is usually what is called memory reconstruction. This occurs when a person has seen or experienced a traumatic event, something that leaves a mental scar to some degree. Repressing these memories, it is the brain's way of protecting us from the pain or the fear of reliving those moments. It is quite remarkable, the human mind's ability to recognize and act on this, seemingly autonomously. I bring this up because this has happened to me very recently. There is quite a distinct memory which has lived in my mind for many, many years. For all this time, it seemed to me to be quite a mundane and insignificant memory. So I was always confused as to why it continued to rise to the surface of my consciousness, seemingly at random times, always catching me off guard. I guess I need to take you back to set the scene. I was young, and I mean really young. We're talking 1995, or thereabouts. I would have been maybe 5 or 6 years old at this time. We lived in a small, quaint little home, about 20 minutes drive outside of a minor city in southeast Queensland, Australia. Our home sat on 10 acres of land, and beyond that, bushland, as far as the eye could see. It was your typical 90s home. Picture a linoleum kitchen floor in that weird greenish tint with the diamond patterns on it, the vertical wood paneling up the walls, an obnoxiously loud wall clock sitting front and center in the kitchen, a beige carpeted living area with 2 mismatched couches and a tiny box television in the corner. Like I said, quaint. This particular day was like any other. It was summer, very hot, obviously. My parents were both at work, and my brother was down the back paddock mowing. I recall vividly sitting in our living room, playing with my Hot Wheels cars, as bad midday television blared out from the set behind me. Yeah, very stereotypical 90s kid, I know. But I mention this only to paint the picture that I do distinctly remember everything about this day. Or I thought I did anyway. This is where things take a strange turn. See, for the longest time, I remember looking up from my toys and seeing my father standing there at the back door. It was one of those screen doors that many homes back then had. You know, the ones with the metal frame and the square sheet of insect screen in the center. So I could see him there on the other side, looking in at me. For many, many years, I remembered my father staring down at me and asking to come inside, for me to get up and unlock the door so he could do so. But for some strange reason, I simply could not recall until now, I did not want to open that door to let him in. For all this time, I put this down to the idea that I was just being a typical cheeky little kid, refusing to let my dad come in the door. Memories are fickle things, are they not? As I got older, the more that memory surfaced, the more I began to question this series of events. The more I questioned things, the more the fog began to lift. The more the memory began to shift and change. Now, I remember that day in crystal clarity. What I saw when I looked up at that door was not my father. I sat there, my little Hot Wheels car in hand, watching as this dark, oddly shaped thing stared inside at me. I noticed that it was slightly swaying, as if being gently swished back and forth by the light breeze outside that day. I remembered everything in that single moment. Oh God, it was awful. That's why I didn't want to open that door. It's not because I was trying to have fun with my father. I just didn't want that thing to come in. Perhaps what I remember most clearly was the sheer silence of those long few minutes. I recall the rustling of the wind through the mulberry bushes outside. I recall the rhythmic ticking of that clock. And another sound, not something I had ever heard before or ever have again, thank God. It was a voice. Along with that damned clock hammering away at my brain, a deep, gurgling voice very clearly spoke to me. Tick, tock.
Shall I come in? Shall I?
Tick, tock.
Might you be unlocking the door?
Tick, tock.
It's a little warm in here. The breeze might cool things down.
Tick, tock.
Your parents will be home soon. They might get mad if you don't open up the door and let the dog out.
Tick, tock. And so it went on and on. For many, many long minutes, it stood there, speaking to me, staring in at me on the floor. This awful thing, it wasn't directly telling me to let it inside as such. It was, for some reason, trying to manipulate me into it being my choice to let it in. For all those hours, I sat there, truly frozen in fear, unable to move. I do not believe that there was some otherworldly supernatural force preventing me from moving. It's just that I could not draw myself away from that spot. I could not summon the physical strength needed to force my legs to do their job, nor did I have the mental capacity to do so. You may ask, of course, how can I be sure this actually happened? If memories truly are these fluid, interchangeable constructs that can simply rearrange themselves at will, how can I know for sure if the events of this day really happened the way that I have just described them? All I can tell you is that it is a palpable difference. Where before this memory existed as something of a picture book, which would flash before my mind's eye occasionally, the details I recall now are something I can feel with every fiber of my being. I remember this as vividly as I can recall the events from 2 days ago. That is all I can offer. In my heart, I know it to be true. We have strange ghost stories in Australia. Growing up, I would hear all manner of tales about bush spirits wandering the vast expanse of the outback, causing mischief and mayhem upon anyone who may happen to cross their path. On the other end of the spectrum, we also have our stories of malicious beings, things that are tied to this world and remain here for the sole purpose of causing pain and suffering. I wish this memory had stayed repressed. I dare not guess as to which type of entity I encountered that day, so long ago. Hey, No Sleep. The following is a story that I've been wanting to get out for a while. A weekend I'll never forget. And not for good reason. For context, you may hear the word Yode appear a few times. This is just my friend group's way of saying hi. This was the camping trip we had all been waiting for. Weeks of meticulous planning had ensured that we had left nothing to chance, and that we would leave the city with nothing but confidence and excitement. It was a long weekend, meaning we had 3 nights to explore the seemingly endless expanse of beauty and nature that was Algonquin Park. 2 of my friends, Jeremy and Jacob, had booked us a camping site deep in the backwoods, nestled right in the middle of an infinite amount of calm lakes and tall trees. Every variable that could have an influence on the trip seemed in good shape the afternoon we left. The weather forecast showed nothing but beaming sun and warmth. Traffic was going to be unusually low along the highway, and we had packed a variety of meals and snacks, and we had rested well the night previous, giving us the necessary energy to hike and portage across the 3 lakes that stood between us and our site. At 3 p.m, we packed our bags in Jacob's car and we hit the road. There were 4 of us: Jeremy, Jacob, Mick and Eli, myself. It was the middle of the summer at the time, so we figured we had until about 9 p.m. to get to our campsite before sundown. As we had to paddle across long lakes, as well as navigate some steep inclines and rocky terrain, we simply couldn't afford to get caught in the dark. It took 3 hours to get to the main access point. This would leave us with 3 hours to navigate through the backwoods to our site. In the car, the mood was jovial. We were happy to be done with work for a while and to be able to kick back, drink lots of beer, and smoke a lot. All this while completely free from the hustle and bustle of civilization. Yo, Mick, did you remember to pack the binger? Jacob was listing off items to make sure we had everything. Double checking, triple checking. Yeah, it's wrapped up in my camping pack. Once we get to the site, I'll sort out our shit. I was getting giddy. I'm so excited to just be on the lake, getting yode and sipping brews. It's been too long. Meanwhile, Jeremy was thinking more responsibly. We just gotta be sure that we have everything set up before we start drinking or anything. Setting up the tent and the tarp over the top, creating the hoist so bears won't muck our food, and collecting a good bundle of wood to start the fire. He was right. The last thing we wanted was to be navigating in the dark while drunk or worse, trying to set up our site. Mick, on the other hand, kept the mood relaxed. Don't worry about that. We'll have time. We'll split up our responsibilities, and it'll all be done pretty quickly. At this point, I could hardly contain myself. Being in the backwoods was certainly an intimidating thought, but my buddies were all experienced, and I didn't have any doubt that we'd be well prepared for the mission that was to come. I fell into a nap the rest of the drive and woke up just before we got to the access point. When we got there, Jacob and Jeremy quickly got busy loading the canoes with our gear, while Mick and I went to buy some extra ice for our coolers. When everything was ready to go, we launched ourselves from the beach and began paddling. The mood changed quickly as we realized that we were up against the wind. It had picked up considerably, creating choppy waters that took a lot of effort to paddle through. By the time we had reached the second portage, it was nearly sundown. I think we were all getting antsy, but it took Jacob speaking up to get us to make a decision. Okay, the sun's already starting to set. We're definitely not going to make it tonight. I think we should just take the loss and set up on one of the open sites on the next lake. Jeremy was hesitant. How do we know that they're not all booked? Someone could show up and kick us out. We really don't want to have to set up twice. I decided to intervene. It could happen, but there's lots of sites on this lake. I'm with Jacob. I don't think we have a choice. We can't navigate in the dark. We all came to agreement that we needed to find a site on the next lake, and fast. Oddly enough, we began to paddle through the next lake when we noticed that every site was empty. Being a holiday weekend, this took us off guard. Something seemed off to me, but I let it slide. I attributed the lack of fellow campers to the unexpected high winds. They must have delayed their trips until the waters calmed down. We found a good site and quickly jumped out of the canoes. Without a word being spoken, we split up and began to prepare for the night. Mick set up the hoist that would keep our food away from any lurking animals. Jeremy went further into the woods to chop some firewood, and Jacob and I, we started to piece together the tent and the tarp. 30 minutes later, we were ready to go. The hoist was prepared a safe hide-up from any potential thieves. The fire was crackling with great intensity, and the tent and tarp were ready to provide shelter for our weary bones a few hours later. With that, Jacob broke out some sausages to cook over the fire, while we each cracked open a pint and prepared the binger. We were a few beers deep, enjoying some good conversation, when Jacob interrupted. "What was that?" he said. "I swear I just saw something, not 50 feet into the woods. What the hell?" "You're just really yode, man. At worst, it's a deer or something." Mick was eager to settle the mood. "I'm serious. Whatever it was standing on 2 feet, and it was definitely not just a deer. It looked about 10 feet tall." "Screw that. I'm going to check it out. I doubt there's anything out there." This was classic Jeremy, an expert troll. The three of us knew exactly what he wanted to do. He was going to run off into the woods, screw around just long enough to get us anxious and make us try to find him, only for us to return to the campfire with him awaiting our arrival. After 30 minutes, that's exactly what happened. I was the one who broke. I ushered Jacob and Mick to come with me. They grumbled, but eventually followed suit. I figured the sooner we gave in to Jeremy's troll, the sooner we would be back around the campfire, enjoying ourselves. If only. We grabbed the flashlights we had packed away, and we began the hunt. It seemed so ridiculous, but deep down, I thought it was kind of fun. After 15 minutes, That fun had officially worn off into slight desperation. Guys, I don't think even Jeremy would go this far. Something's gone wrong. I think he got lost. Jeremy, are you out here, bud? I yelled, half jokingly, but trying not to scare myself too much either. A few seconds after I'd finished my sentence, a faint scream broke the silence. I'm not gonna lie, I was terrified. I started trembling. We all looked at each other with grave concern before Jacob had decided that he'd had enough. He's trolling. He's just trolling us. He's probably laughing his ass off right now, thinking that we're terrified. I'm not gonna entertain it anymore. I'm going back to the fire. Soon enough, he'll come back, and he'll have learned that we aren't going to give in to his antics. Jacob was pretty clear about his intentions. Mick agreed, and didn't seem too interested in looking any further. I was so terrified by now that I just wanted to stay with the other guys. So we started back towards the fire, slightly uneasy, but confident that Jeremy would come back in a short while. That's when I made the mistake of turning back around and flashing my light into the deep, dark woods. I saw it only for a split second before it dashed behind a tree, but it was unmistakable. Just as Jacob had described. Whatever this thing was, it was freakishly tall. That, or we actually were both just yode off our asses. I was frozen. I couldn't move. I flashed the light on my arms to see nothing but goosebumps. My mind raced with every possibility, settling on the horror that Jeremy could be gone for good. Finally, I forced myself to speak up. Hold up. I just saw something. I swear I'm not screwing around. It was just as you described, Jacob. Tall. Really tall. What if it took Jeremy? This is dumb. I think we're all just drunk and high and in need of sleep. Jeremy's just doing his thing. He'll come back soon enough. Like we said, he'll probably be back at the fire when we return. Mick was doing his best to keep us calm. If not for him and Jacob, I don't know whether we would have survived that night. When we got back to the fire, it had already died out. But that wasn't the worst part. There was no sign of Jeremy. When I realized that he was still gone, my heart sank. I was torn. On one hand, I was fed up with Jeremy's trolling, and I just wanted to sleep it all off, forget the night ever happened. On the other hand, I was truly terrified that whatever Jacob and I had seen had taken Jeremy. Honestly, I was ready to suggest getting in the canoe and never coming back. But I couldn't leave Jeremy like that, and we wouldn't be able to navigate in the dark anyway. Let's just get in the tent and try to get some rest. Jeremy's got a flashlight. He knows how to get back here. It's only been an hour. He's probably up in a tree, listening to music or something. He'll come back after we fall asleep to freak us out. We'll all laugh it off in the morning. Jacob had clearly calmed down a lot, and his reassurance was convincing enough to get me to reluctantly agree. On the verge of tears, I joined Mick and Jacob in the tent, and I decided to try and fall asleep. I don't really know how, but I did manage to doze off pretty quickly. I guess the combination of fear, stress, inebriation, and fatigue had taken its toll on me. If only I had been able to sleep through the entire night. I awoke to the sound of footsteps approaching. My heart started beating faster and faster. Trying to remain calm, my immediate thought was that it must be Jeremy, finally back. Nonetheless, I gently poked Jacob's arm, which proved enough to wake him up. In his half-asleep state, he looked up at me and said, "What?" All this happened in the space of about 10 seconds, and by then, the footsteps were much closer to the tent. Jacob now understood what was going on. I didn't need to explain anything. We stared at each other in abject terror as the footsteps got closer and closer. I could tell we both had the same two ideas. It was either Jeremy finally coming back, or we were about to be brutally murdered by a 10-foot-tall slender man. My heart was pounding, as the footsteps were now coming from just outside the tent. "Nice try, bud. We're still awake," Jacob said, in a somewhat nervous tone. The footsteps immediately stopped. No reply. Complete silence. I thought my heart was going to explode out of my chest. Whatever lay outside was now right beside our tent. For a few more seconds, the most eerie silence remained, and then pandemonium. The scream of a banshee broke the calm of night with the most blood-curdling, ear-piercing sound that we had ever heard. Mick was jolted awake, and the three of us looked at each other thinking that these would be our last moments alive. The screaming was incessant. After a while, it started to shake our tent. We couldn't formulate words, nor could any of us muster the courage to move an inch. We waited and waited. After what seemed like hours, the shaking finally stopped. The screaming didn't, but it was getting further and further away. To this day, I have no idea what stopped it from entering our tent, but I am eternally grateful for whatever it was. After just a few more minutes, the scream was reduced to a faint sound off in the distance. It remained like that throughout the night. None of us said a word to each other. We instead tried to force ourselves back to sleep, but it was to no avail. After several hours, the light of sunrise pierced through the tent. By now, the screaming had stopped. It was Mick who said the first words. "Is it safe now?" "I think so. Let's pack up our stuff and get the hell out of here. When we arrive back at the main entry point, we'll put in a missing persons report." As much as I wanted to hope Jeremy would be found, part of me knew, even then, I'd never see him again. We didn't speak a word while packing up the canoes. It took us only 10 minutes before we were ready to set off. Once in the water, I started to reflect on the events. Still, there were no other campers in the sight. That's when I saw it. Squinting my eyes, what looked like a log was bobbing up and down in the water on the other side of the lake. As we paddled closer, it became clear that it was not a log, and once we were right up alongside it, I couldn't contain myself. I threw up into the water. We waited in silence for a while before we paddled back to the access point. I will never go camping again. I had gone to one particular camp since I was about 10 years old. I had switched from another camp because this one had a better tripping program. After going a couple of times as a camper, and then doing all of the leadership programs, I was hired for my first summer as a full-time junior counselor. Pre-camp was uneventful. They ran through the standard WHI-MIS training. We did safety situations, both on land and in water, and they made sure that we knew what to expect. A couple of days before campers arrived, we got paired with our partners for our first session. They give you a secret location, and you're supposed to meet and bond with your co-counselor. So, I went and find that I'm paired with another first year, and one that wasn't particularly adept at his job. For the story, we'll call him Adam. I was not excited about working with him for 2 weeks, but I wasn't going to complain. The next few days were dedicated to planning your week with the campers before they arrive. We got our activities planned, mostly all by myself, and the last thing to do was make our trip plan. We had the oldest age group, and that meant the longest trip. You could plan a 2-week session, 5 days, 4 nights. This was my thing, and even though I had done most of the work up until this point, I was committed to take control of planning and organizing this trip. We get out the maps, ruler and string, and after about 20 minutes, I have planned it all. 84 kilometers through the Penetanguishene area. It was an ambitious route for 15-year-olds, and I hadn't ever tripped in that area before. But I was confident that it would be fine. The last step is to submit your plan to the tripping director and run it over with them so that they can make sure there isn't any oversights. That afternoon I took my maps, meal plan, and route card, and I headed back to the trip building at my scheduled time. The tripping director was waiting on one side of the large aluminium table. He smiled and stood when I walked in. I put my stuff down and began going over the days one by one. I get up to the second morning when he stopped me. So, day 2 is our longest. We have a 21-kilometer You cannot stay there, he interrupted. The trip is fine. You can't stay there on day 2. I was shocked, to say the least. We would be staying on an island in the middle of a relatively small lake. There were no other campsites within several kilometers. It was our longest day, and in order to change, it would be at least another 4 kilometers. Nearly 1K of that would have been portaging, and he would have known all this. Why? I responded, probably more aggressively than I should have. We've just had trouble there, in that area. You can't stay on that island. Go to the next spot. I was furious. This was going to make our trip significantly harder. I couldn't really say no though, so I rerouted us and got it cleared. That was that. I told Adam, but he didn't really understand how difficult it would be, so it all kind of went over his head. Campers arrived the next day, and I let myself forget about the whole thing. We met all the kids, and the first days were great. By day 5, I was excited again for the trip. Even though it was going to be really hard, I loved tripping enough to not care. That day, we packed our food, equipment, and personals for the trip, and we got ready to leave the next day. The next morning, everything went relatively smoothly. We got everything loaded on time, and the driver was ready to go. There was a 4-hour drive to put in, so I found myself chatting with the driver, who I of course knew from camp. For the sake of argument, we'll call him John. I was explaining the situation of needing to change the route when he reacted strangely. "Wait, where were you originally staying?" he said, panicked. "I don't know, some island, dead center in the middle of a lake. I can pull out the map if you want." "Yeah, do that." He pulled over and began ripping through the glove box. I got out and headed for the trailer to grab the route card and maps. When I got back, he was waiting with a small green notebook opened up to the last page. It had 2 numbers, each 6 digits long, scrawled across the top. Coordinates. I pulled out the map for night 2, and my heart dropped when I saw that the numbers on his page matched exactly with the island that we would have stayed on. I was freaked out, but not as much as when I looked back up at the driver. All the color had drained from his face, and he was shaking. "You can't stay on that island," he managed. "We're not. Nick, the trip director, made us change it," I replied. He nodded and put his hands back on the wheel. I could not understand why he, or Nick, cared so much, but I just let it go and kept on driving. John didn't speak again for the rest of the drive, which was still 3 hours. We got to the beach and we began unloading. John didn't move, which was weird. He stayed in the driver's seat, clutching the steering wheel while we took off the canoes, loaded them up, and slipped them into the water. As we pushed off, I looked back to see if we had forgotten anything. John was staring at me, still bone white, still slightly shaking. As we started to paddle away, he just shook his head. "Don't do it," I saw him mouth. Then he stomped on the gas. I was, of course, thoroughly freaked out after that, but I put it behind me and focused on the day ahead. That day was non-eventful. We made it to site early and were able to set up camp quickly. As far as campers go, this group was one of the best. We played some games, had a good dinner over the fire, and we headed off to bed. We woke up the next morning to pouring rain. I stumbled out of the councillor tent, a bit deflated, and began to make breakfast on the little stove. It would have been impossible to make a fire with the wet wood, but using the Coleman would take longer. On our longest day, this was an issue. I got the kids out of their tents and had them pack up as quickly as possible. I managed to get the breakfast made relatively fast, and we were able to push off on time, which was a miracle. We were actually making good time when the first disaster happened. Thunder. Shit. Camp policy is you need to get to the side of the lake ASAP and wait half an hour. This happened on and off for 5 hours. By 1 p.m., the sun had broken through, but we were several hours behind. Another camp policy is you can't be on the water after sunset, so we were in trouble. Sunset is about 8:30 where we were, and by 8, we found ourselves on a small lake with a large island dead center. Our original spot. It would have been at least another hour to get to the next site, so I made an executive decision. Nick probably just had some issues with the spot due to some legalities or local pressure, I thought. Cottages lined the surrounding area, and some residents don't like campers in the area. I decided to risk it. As we pulled in, people who lived in the cottages began to come to their front steps and stare. They seemed to mutter to each other. Many of them were pointing, shaking their heads. That's it then, I thought to myself. They don't like campers on the island. That's the issue. No big deal. I was wrong. It happened that night. Sounds in the dark are obviously commonplace during trips, but not like this. I tried to ignore them. First, just one set of feet, claws, hooves. But then, more came, circling the tent, pacing slowly. The worst part was you could hear them come, but you would never hear them go. It was as if they approached, paced, and then just stayed there, waiting outside the tent. I kept my eyes closed. Stop it. You're overreacting, I thought. At some point, around 4 a.m., I really had to piss. The sounds had not come back for some time, so I felt a bit more comfortable than before. Slowly, I unzipped the tent and peeked out. Blackness. The wind through the leaves, and some quiet wildlife, but nothing unusual. I stepped out, trying to make as little noise as possible. I was shaking from equal parts cold and fear. I made my way over to the closest tree, intent on very quickly taking care of business, my eyes darting around the area. As I was finishing up, something moved. I heard it first and immediately spun my head to face it. Eyes. Now, seeing the eyes of wildlife glowing at night is not unusual, but this was. They weren't just reflecting light, they were emitting it, and they were just staring. I slowly walked back to my tent, not breaking any eye contact. As soon as I closed the tent, I heard it sprint right at the tent. Then, nothing. It was waiting, staring at the door. I could see 2 bright dots through the nylon. "What the hell is that?" my co-counselor shrieked. I had woken him when I had crept back in the tent. I don't know. Don't go outside. I stammered. I curled up and closed my eyes. The sounds didn't stop though. It was as if they had learned there were people in that tent. I heard them congregating around it, just waiting. I didn't dare look. I didn't sleep at all that night. Several hours later, the sun came up. The noises stopped, and shaking, I unzipped the tent and jumped. A perfect circle of stamped earth surrounded the tent. Tracks from where those things had been circling. I was desperate to get the hell off this island, so I packed up my shit as quick as possible, and we started making breakfast. We left an hour and a half later. As the island shrunk into the distance, I saw the people from the cottages again. They were gathered on their porches, muttering to themselves in hushed tones. I was just glad to be gone from that place. As the day went by, I thought I noticed shapes moving along the wooded banks. Small, dark shapes, moving quite slowly, like a walking pace, just keeping up with our group. I was sure I was imagining things. Maybe last night was just a dream. Adam hadn't said anything, and I definitely didn't want to talk about it, so I just left it alone. We got to camp well before nightfall. We played cards, went swimming, and my partner brought out the harmonica that he had brought on the trip. I even managed to relax a little. It was a good day. After sunset, we had a bonfire, and we went to bed soon after. As I was lying in my tent, I listened for any noises, dreading that those things would come back again. Nothing. I was safe. I don't know what woke me. More than likely, it was my co-counselor. I opened my eyes to see him sitting straight up, arms crossed, shaking. "Hey, what's up?" I muttered, still half asleep. He said nothing. He just sat there, wide-eyed and shivering. I sat up to look at him, and that is when I saw them. At least a dozen pairs of eyes surrounding the tent, glowing, bright, not moving, just staring. Every once in a while, a set of them would blink. They had followed us. That night was the worst of my life. My partner and I sat motionless in the tent for what felt like days. We sat, watching these eyes, just staring. Finally, the sun came up. The bright eyes began to fade, then disappeared entirely. We still did not budge. It was only when one of our campers noticed that it was quite late and we still weren't up that we were able to get up. "Hey guys, what time is it? Should we get moving?" We take their watches away on trips so they can be more in touch with nature, you see. "Come let us out," I stammer. "Our zipper is stuck inside." This was a lie, of course, but neither I nor Adam wanted to open the door. A few seconds later, the door rips open and a smiling face is on the other side. "Thanks, bud," I said, relieved. We both made our way out of the tent and slowly started the day. As I was getting the liquid eggs out for breakfast, Adam approached me. He leaned in and whispered, "That happened, right? Last night. That wasn't a dream?" I couldn't contain myself. I started sobbing. With tears in my eyes, I looked back at him and nodded. "Well then, we're going back to camp today." We had one more night left in our trip, but I was more than happy to leave early. Adam called the camp and made up some excuse about low water levels, and we arranged for a pickup that afternoon. We got to the spot and waited for the van. A couple of hours later, John pulled up with the trailer. He looked just as we left him, white as a sheet and wide-eyed. He hopped out of the van and, saying nothing, started loading canoes into the truck. So did we. It was almost 2 whole hours before he said something. Most of the campers were asleep in the back, and those who weren't were getting there. Even Adam had managed to go down. "You stayed on the island." It wasn't a question. He knew. I just nodded. "You saw them. Did they follow you?" Again, I nodded, chills running down my back. I felt nauseous. "How do you..." I managed before he cut me off. "I did it too. 3 years ago. Just me and a buddy. They watched us for 2 nights, just staring." He paused. He was shaking now, and visibly upset. The morning after the 3rd, he continued, "Duncan was gone. Never found him. The Rangers never found him. I almost went to jail." For the rest of the ride, we were silent. We got back to camp, and aside from triple checking the locks on the doors and windows, the rest of the session went without a hitch. I quit after that session for personal issues. I have not gone camping since then. I don't know what followed us, but it sure as hell sounds like we dodged a bullet. If you take a road trip to Chicago, Illinois, at the right time, you will encounter a sign at the side of the road. A sign so small, it could go unnoticed by anyone else. Not by you, though. On that sign is a 2-digit number and no words. You can ignore it. Nothing will happen to you if you do. But if you decide not to, you'll have to be 100% certain of your choice. Should you choose to follow the sign, keep a close eye on the speedometer on your dashboard and drive at a speed that is exactly the number you saw. Do not falter. For now, they have noticed you, and there is no turning back. You will drive for a long time, hours, maybe the entire day. Thirst will begin to bother you. Any other physiological needs may cause you some discomfort, but none of them will be strong enough to force you to stray from your path. Your thirst, however, is the one feeling that will tell you when to pull over. When it becomes nearly unbearable, make a right and count to exactly the number that was on the sign before stopping the car and exiting immediately. If you encounter a house only a few feet away from where your car is parked, you'd better begin to say all the prayers you know. Your destiny is now sealed, and your only choice is to step into the house. The front door will be unlocked, and you will find yourself in whatever place you used to call home as a child. All of the doors will be locked, except for the one to your old bedroom. Open it, get in, and lock it swiftly, for they are now behind that door, and it is the only thing standing between you and your terrible, terrible fate. Your childhood bedroom will appear to look the same as it had years ago at first glance. However, you will soon realize your bed looks like it has been slept on, and your toys, they are strewn about the floor in a messy, careless manner. Most of them appear to be broken. Find the toy that used to be your very favorite. It is now torn apart beyond repair. Amongst the remains of it, there is a note. If the note says, "We proposed a better way," count yourself the luckiest bastard alive. They have deemed you unworthy of their attention. You are now free to lie on your old bed and sleep until the sun rises. Then, you may exit the house through the same door you came in and be on your way back to Chicago. However, if the note says anything else, you will proceed to lie on the bed as silently as you possibly can. Do not dare to sleep. Move as little as you can, no matter how long you stay there. Shout out as loudly as possible, "I am nothing but the sum of those who came before. I know nothing and will remain this way until my dying day." At any moment, they will break into the room. Whether you say it or not, they will come. If you do say it, however, they might be merciful and make your death a swift one. But, you see, there's another possibility. When you exit your car, you may find yourself at the border of a large river. You will not be able to see the other side. For all you know, you might be looking at the ocean itself. There will be a bridge exactly 12 feet away from where you are. Walk to it and stand before it without actually stepping onto the bridge. It is vital that, despite your thirst, which will be significant by now, you do not take one sip from the water in that river. If you do, the souls of those who have succumbed to that same urge will be more than happy to drag you to the bottom and turn you into one of them. Standing before the bridge, you will begin to experience flashbacks. Every wrong you've ever done will come crashing upon your memory. If the guilt alone doesn't drive you to madness, count yourself lucky. The voices of all the people that you have ever wronged, ever hurt, will swirl in your mind in a whirlpool of unspeakable anguish. If you manage to stay sane, at some point, you will feel the torment begin to slowly dwindle. And with it, so will any other emotion. When your heart is as numb as if all the feeling had been drained from it, step onto the bridge and begin walking at a leisurely pace. Walk until you hear a soft male voice whispering from somewhere behind you. Then, stop immediately. Close your eyes. The voice will ask you, calmly,
"Do you have faith?"
To which you must reply, yes. Keep walking. Faster now. Whatever you do, do not look down or back. The end of the bridge behind you has begun to burn. But if you keep staring straight ahead, you will not be harmed. For now. You will walk along that bridge for what may seem like an eternity. When you smell smoke, close your eyes and keep walking. Do not open them again until the storm begins. Should you open your eyes at any time before that, it would sense your underlying fear, and it is not fond of the weak. Just keep walking, no matter how tired you are. Pay no mind to the thirst, which at this point seems to be tearing at your throat like a blade. Walk and walk until you hear a crack of thunder. At that point, and only at that point, it is safe to stop and open your eyes. Rain will fall. You are free to drink the rainwater, if your thirst hasn't driven you insane yet. The rain will grow more and more intense, until it has soaked through every piece of clothing on your body, and seems to have drained all the color from the scenery. The sky will have become pitch black in a matter of minutes. When the darkness has consumed everything around, a small light will appear in the horizon. Run towards that light. If you are not fast enough, the fire will devour you, as well as the bridge it has been tearing at. You will soon be on solid ground again, and you will find that the light is coming from a male figure in a dark cloak. It will be holding a lantern on its right hand and a knife in its left. Look it in the eye and say this, and only this, word for word. I cannot argue with you, but I am not your equal. I see through your disguise as clearly as I can see my own reflection on the blade in your hands. If you have pleased it, the figure will fall to the ground, along with the blade. Both are now yours. The knife can slice through any material it encounters and never lose its edge. And the cloak, that is designed to shield its owner from any attack, be it human, animal, or other. If you have not pleased it, you will either be smothered with the cloak or cut to pieces by the knife. In any case, your death will be not quick. It likes to play, and it has heard the voices of the people you've wronged just as clearly as you did. Should you be as fortunate as to become the true owner of the objects, pick up the knife lay down on the ground and cover yourself up with the cloak. You will undoubtedly fall asleep in a few seconds. Just make sure you're holding the knife. You will wake up the next morning on your own bed, still in the same position, with the blade in your hands and the cloth over your body. Put them to good use. Okay, so I guess this is a good place to post this. As good as any. I looked online and I couldn't find any specific communities that related to my current situation. See, I found a game. It's an emulator, more to the point. I found it when I was looking for less than legal versions of older SNES games. I was scrolling down the pages of Google, searching. Though, most of what I could find ran terribly on my old laptop. That was until I found normalgames.com. I tried to search the URL, but it seems for some odd reason not to work. The only clear way of accessing the site is by finding the link on the original Google search. Now, I'm no programmer, but I assume this is not normal. Upon first opening this website, I was greeted with just two things. A logo, which was just normalgames.com in pink, bold Comic Sans text, and a play button in the center of the black screen. I clicked the play button. Luckily, I have a fairly good and up-to-date antivirus that would have most likely alerted me if anything strange was going on with the link. No such alert appeared, so I assumed it was safe to enter. The play button loaded for a moment, and a title screen for a game came up, though it was no game I had ever seen. There was no title, just a plain, black background with three options. These options being play, load, and exit, respectively. I decided to choose play. Once I did, a small, barely audible beeping sound occurred as the screen changed. The text, Stage 1 appeared, now sporting a dark blue background. The level started. It seemed to me to be a basic platformer in which you control a simple-looking orange smiling face. The ground was a light grey tint with a few small gaps to jump over. It was a very basic and bare-bones level, not much going on. There were no background elements, and the only sound was a slight rumble noise. I could hear it every time the main character would jump. Once I got to the last grey platform, the screen would again exit out and show the blue screen from before. This time, it stated Stage 2. And soon afterwards, the next stage started. Stage 2 introduced a new type of platform. It was orange, much like the player, and would move back and forth in slow motion. Beyond this minor change, it was still a very simple and straightforward level. I got to the end with no conflict. As I reached the end of the stage, I awaited the blue screen which would transition to the next stage. But instead, what was shown was a dark purple screen which read Pop Quiz 1. Once it loaded, all that was on the screen was a large version of that smiley face, the one you play as in the game. It stood in front of the same purple background. Large text appeared on the screen, under the face, which said, "It's time for a pop quiz." It then transitioned to a question, as a small, black timer, set at 1 minute, ticked down in the corner. The sound of the timer ticking was the only sound present. The question asked, "What color am I?" I assumed the "I" this game was referring to was that smiley face character. A text box appeared under the question. I typed in orange. The game text stated, "Correct," before heading on to the next question. The next question asked, "What color is the sky?" At first I was a little confused. Did it mean the sky in game or the sky in real life? I bit the bullet and I typed in blue. Luckily it was correct and I was able to move on. The game then stated, "Final question," before loading the question. "Are you alone?" This question didn't sit right with me. It felt wrong. I hadn't outright felt threatened, but it still did not feel right. I wanted to say no, though at the same time, I was alone. What would this game even do with that limited amount of information anyways? It's not like you can track a person down just by knowing they're alone. I decided to be honest and typed, yes. The timer was almost all the way out by now, so luckily, the game abruptly switched to the blue transition screen once more. The screen read, Stage 4. I suppose the pop quiz counted as Stage 3. The level loaded in to that familiar scene. Grey floors, no background objects inside. I went through the level. It used the orange moving platforms from before, as well as introducing a new type, a purple platform, which would periodically, usually every 2 to 3 seconds, have spikes poke out the top. So now, I would have to take some timing into account. Overall, the platforms only gave me a small bit of trouble. I got to the end, and I loaded into Stage 5. This time though, something was different. It was subtle, but I could distinctly hear a faint droning noise in the background. A new platform was also added. This was the red platform. It was a faster variant of the orange platform from before. I almost fell a couple of times, and almost got caught on a purple platform, but I got through with no deaths, surprisingly. What came next was, as stated by the game, Pop Quiz 2. I was almost dreading this, even if not consciously. As much as I didn't want to admit it, the way the last quiz ended left me feeling a bit unsettled, especially with it getting late soon. What appeared was the same as I had seen it before. The purple background with the orange smiley in the top center of the screen. This time, there was no introduction. It simply sent me straight into the questions. The first question appeared and read, "What was the color of the second platform introduced. This question was a bit longer, but I answered with purple. It did not confirm if it was correct or not, instead opting to go straight to the next question. What was the name of the 4th President of the United States? This question actually stumped me. I know next to nothing about the US presidents from that far back. I looked it up on my phone and answered James Madison. Hopefully the game doesn't mind me cheating a bit. It again went directly to the next question. What is your name? This was too far. I decided though, since I've already put so much time into the game, I wanted to see it through. I answered with a fake name, David. But just as I hit enter, all the text on the screen disappeared and the timer set to 0. The text, "Don't lie to me," appeared before I was booted back to the title screen. This really didn't feel right, but to a point, it was almost intriguing. I noted that the droning noises present in the 5th level were now playing on the title screen. I hit the load button as the game started, with the transition screen of Stage 7. The level began. This time, the droning noises had gotten even louder. Still not overbearing though. A new platform was introduced, something that had become the norm for every new platformer level. This time, it was a yellow platform, which would slowly disappear if it was stood on for too long. The levels, as per typical platformer, had been ramping up in difficulty. It still wasn't anything I couldn't handle, but I had to take care, time my jumps right. I soon finished the level and went on to the 8th level, which was labelled as Final. The new platform this time was a pink platform. It would periodically shrink and grow in size. I definitely had some trouble with this one. Timing was always something I've had a hard time with. I almost died many times while playing, but soon finished, and surprisingly, was met with another transition screen. The screen tinted that familiar dark purple of the quiz levels. This frightened me a little bit due to my past experiences with these levels. Strangely, the transition showed no title. Instead, it cut straight to the quiz screen. No text appeared for a couple of seconds until suddenly the screen simply read, "Why?" The normal text box appeared, this time with no timer. This was a very open-ended question. I had no idea what this was referring to, so I typed, "I don't know." The text disappeared for a while, almost making me think that the game had crashed. But suddenly, more text appeared. "What is sentience?" I had no idea how to respond. I once again typed, "I don't know." "Okay," it said finally. It was stuck on the screen like that for a while. I attempted to exit the tab, but for some reason I could not. "Stop," it said, as I repeatedly attempted to press the escape key. Once I stopped, a familiar question appeared on screen. "Are you alone?" I didn't want to say yes, but it seemed to somehow know when I was lying. I typed, "Yes." It once again defaulted to, "Okay." An image popped up on screen suddenly. It was blurry and dark, but I could clearly see a house depicted in the center. It must have been taken from behind a tree or a bush from the angle of the shot. Soon, after another picture was shown, a picture taken through my window, I could see the back of my own head, leaning down, staring into my computer screen. I quickly turned to the window, sat directly behind me. The blinds had been left cracked open, which would give a clear view for anyone looking inside. I jumped up out of my chair and got the closest thing that could be used as a weapon, that being a metal pole that had once been a curtain rod. I reached into my pocket to grab my phone and call the cops, praying in my head that I had locked my door. I got through to an operator and I told them my situation, stating that there was a person I did not know sneaking around my property. They said they would send someone as fast as possible, to remain calm, to get something to defend myself with. I looked once more at the computer screen and another picture was displayed. This time, of my kitchen. Inside my kitchen, to be exact. I know the cliche of your heart dropping is overused, but I don't know how else to describe the feeling I felt in that moment. I dashed for a closet near me, and I hid inside. I gripped my pole, ready to swing at anyone that might open that door. I heard nothing for a long while, though it may have felt longer in the moment. I began to hear faint footsteps entering the room. They seemed almost relaxed, too relaxed for someone looking to cause harm. They slowly made circles around the room and then stopped abruptly in front of my closet door. My breathing stopped. It was as if a large pressure was being pushed against my chest. I could hear them tapping, lightly at first, but soon the tapping turned to pounding. They seemed to be getting glee from scaring the crap out of me. I tried my best to stay quiet, even though I knew that they knew I was in there. Suddenly, like the melody sung by an angel, I heard police sirens in the distance, coming closer. Suddenly, they stopped. I knew they heard them too. What occurred after was them rushing to the other end of the room and breaking the window, presumably to escape out the back. Sadly, they did. By the time the cops got in there, the person was long gone. The only evidence of them being there was that broken window. They found me in the closet, and after some questioning, drove me to my sister's house, while they had a cop car scout my home for a few days. I know I shouldn't have, but I went looking for that website again. I couldn't find anything relating to it though. I'm sure it is still out there though. If only you're willing to look hard enough. Did you know that we've mapped more of the surface of Mars than our very own oceans? How has our curiosity driven us to space travel, but not to explore the most perplexing mystery that lies on the very own planet? I've explored much of our waters myself, mapping and documenting our oceans and seas. I've learned that we are better off to just leave what lies below the waves alone. I grew up by the ocean. In my youth, I loved to explore the tide pools and sea caves that dotted the east coast. I loved to see the life interacting with each other. Crabs scuttling away when a big fish swam by, or an octopus camouflaging itself undetectable until its prey made the fatal mistake of getting too close. The sea was always just so interesting to me. When I turned 13, my father bought me a cheap scuba set off the internet. It only allowed for around 20-minute excursions underwater, but man, if I didn't cherish it. I would dive at least twice a day, blowing all my allowance on air tank fill-ups and footage for my underwater camera. Most of my childhood was spent under the sea. As I grew, my interest for the water developed from a hobby into a fully fledged career. I received my degree in marine biology with the highest marks in my class and was almost immediately hired by the Poseidon Foundation. Poseidon was a great place to work. I got to travel the globe, documenting new species and reclassifying the old ones. Here, I met people who shared my passion for the waters on Earth and discovering what dwells within them. I was a model employee. My data never had mistakes and was never once late. I quickly rose through the ranks until I was the right-hand man of the CEO, Barry Henderson. He was an amazing man with love for the oceans that even surpassed my own. The man had a twinkle, a spark of curiosity that all great explorers possessed. He was not my boss, but my friend. Barry's life goal was to chart the bottom of the Marianas Trench, the deepest pit in the world. Every time we were together, it was the same old story. "What do you think's at the bottom?" he would ask me. "Something new," I would always retort. "One day, me and you, we're gonna go down there." Of course, an expedition to the bottom of the ocean would cost huge sums of money, which would simply bankrupt the company. But I knew Barry would be unable to rest until he got what he desired. It was a rainy afternoon. I was sitting in my office drinking a coffee and finishing up a report on a new species of starfish that my team had discovered just off the coast of Australia, when Barry burst in. "Lucas, it's happened. By God, it's happened." "Huh?" "The department. They accepted my request to fund our expedition to the bottom of the sea." The following months were spent preparing the submarine. It had to be perfect. That far underwater would put tons of water pressure on every square inch of the hull. I could hardly contain my excitement for what lay ahead. What kind of diverse life could exist that far below the waves? Only one expedition had ever been made before ours, and it had lasted less than 20 minutes. Our submarine was designed to be submerged for over 20 hours. Barry and I would be true modern-day pioneers. The Triton finished construction in less than 2 months, and by God, that thing was a tank. 40-inch thick walls left more interior space to be desired, but it was plenty of room to house just the two of us. The best flashlight money could buy was mounted on the bottom, illuminating whatever light in front in dazzling white light. 2 robotic arms were attached to either side, giving us the ability to grab whatever was lying there to meet us and document it. We submerged on the 12th of July. The excitement that boiled inside me as we sank into the ocean completely pushed aside the nervousness that accompanied anyone facing the unknown. I could barely sit still as we sank further and further into the murky depths. "We should reach the bottom in less than 10 minutes, Barry exclaimed. You have not experienced true darkness until you have been to the bottom of the ocean. Any traces of sunlight died out miles above us, leaving me and my partner in the utter blackness that is the deep sea. Even our fluorescent light had dimmed down to nothing but an orange glow. We could see less than 20 feet in front of us, but that did not stop Barry or I from getting straight to work. In less than 45 minutes, we had discovered over 32 species of deep-sea fish, 3 types of crustaceans, and 2 types of octopi. It was marvelous. Never in my life had I had so much fun. The biology in the trench was so diverse and so unique. I had never seen anything like it before. Barry and I were discussing our first hour findings when we felt a jolt on the right side of our ship. It knocked us back several feet and sent me out of my chair and onto the floor. "What was that? Are you okay?" asked Barry. Of course, no one heard him. Along with the petrifying darkness came soundlessness. The world below was a nigh mute. It held a very disturbing vibe. "I'm fine. What was that?" I asked, pulling myself back into my chair. Barry did not answer. A thick, long, maroon tentacle did, slapping the front glass with a gut-wrenching, meaty sound. "What the hell?" Barry cried out. The tentacle, which must have been 25 feet, wrapped the front of our machine like a fish caught by a squid. I was dumbfounded. Was it a giant squid? No, they don't live that deep underwater. That wasn't possible. It had to be something new. I sprang into action and took control of both the robotic arms. I gripped that tentacle as firmly as the machine could, and I ripped it furiously. Whatever it was attached to scurried away. Barry started, but didn't finish. We both knew that we had just discovered something big. Let's follow it, I decided. The submarine turned in the direction that the thing had gone in. We followed a trail of half-eaten fish and overturned stones to something we both had not expected to see that deep. A spear. It looked to be made from some kind of metal, and it looked almost new. "This is freaky," Barry stated. We followed the trail further, neither of us wanting to give up on what could be the biggest discovery of the decade. But then it happened again, harder. That familiar jolt, that thudding sound, this time knocking us both out of our chairs. "Jesus!" I cried. Then it came again, another thud from the opposite side of our cramped ship. Then another, and another, and another. They happened rapid fire, hit after hit. I felt like I was stuck in an intense game of Pong. Then we saw it, an unintelligible mass moving slowly towards us from the thick blanket of darkness, edging closer and closer every minute. It was not a squid coming towards us, nor was it an octopus. No, this was a monster. It had the face of a human, if humans lived at the bottom of the ocean. Huge, glazed, solid black eyes dominated the monster's menacing face. Gills pocketed its neck, appearing to be slashes made by a knife. Elongated arms that extended from the bony sides of this creature ended in pale, webbed hands with inch-long claws jutting out from its grotesque fingers. It had fins too, where its hair should have been, and on its forearms. The most disturbing part of the monster was below the torso. Where its legs should have been was instead a mass of thick tentacles that wriggled and squirmed around like worms in a bucket. It clutched its spear firmly as it opened its mouth, revealing several rows of needle-like teeth. Nothing escaped its mouth except a deafening screech that could be nothing but a war cry. Instantly, the thudding began again, but this time, faster, much more furiously. The creature that we did see whipped its spear at our windshield, rattling it uneasily, giving the impression that, while strong, it was not impervious to damage. "We have to get the hell out of here," I heard Barry shout. Once again, I grabbed the joysticks that controlled the arms of our vessel. I swatted crazily at the pack of devils that surrounded us, but it was hopeless. One of them grabbed the left arm with its jagged teeth and ripped it off like it was chicken on a bone. These creatures were strong, intelligent, and out for blood. Another one ripped the other arm off as a spear ricocheted off the glass again. We were in trouble. We were at their mercy as they teamed up on us like a pack of wolves. "Pull her up," cried Barry. I jumped into gear. As much as I loved the sea, I refused to die down there in that metallic coffin. I shifted our propellers downward and shot our submarine up as fast as the damn thing could go. The mer demons gave chase. They didn't want us to leave. I counted 13 more spear hits before we were out of the trench and desperately radioing for extraction. We waited there on the surface of the water in the Triton for less than 5 minutes before the helicopter finally came. I guess they'd heard the desperation in our voices. It hovered above our heads and released the rope ladder for us to climb to our escape, away from that watery hell. I hopped on first and began my ascent up. Barry began to climb after me when suddenly an all too familiar tentacle burst from the surface, wrapping itself around his leg firmly. Before I could even scream, he was below the waves and out of reach. There was nothing I could do. Barry's life had been claimed by what he loved the very most, the ocean. I did not just lose my friend on that dreadful day. I lost my passion. It has turned into an undying fear of water. I can hardly take a bath without the thought of a dreaded tentacle bursting through the drain and finishing me off, dragging me back down to the depths. I will never again return to the ocean. My name is Mike, and I live in New York City. Now, I personally am not sure where you live, and I honestly don't care where you live either. But if you've ever lived in New York City, particularly Manhattan Island, you would be aware of the vast multitude of phone booths that you can find there. In a lot of other places, such things are more scarce, as usually there are simple payphones and whatnot around the area that get the job done just as well. But in Manhattan, there are plenty of people around and only so many phones you can hope to use, leading to the larger number of these installments. The reason I'm telling you this is because phone booths are the source of everything I'm about to tell you. And as ridiculous as this may sound, please hear me out, as I don't want anyone else to have to go through my experiences. So, take my story for what you will, but consider it a warning above all else. That's what I'm typing this to be. I used to work at a local restaurant that makes hot dogs. A lot of people come to New York for a taste of American food from all across the world, from Asia to Africa. Selling hot dogs was a surprisingly good business, but we needed to be more accessible to the throngs of people who walked through the streets. This led to our eventual decision to service hot dog carts across the island. I, of course, was in charge of one of them and had to look after it on my own. The usual routine was just to drag along the cart and shout out to people about the food, and it worked well enough. After a shift of 6 hours, leading up to 11 at night, I made my way back to the shop again and went home to my apartment. This went on for a period of about 4 uneventful months before something odd happened. One night, as I had just finished returning the cart, I noticed a lack of people. What was so odd about this was, no matter what hour it was in Manhattan, you would always see someone on the street somewhere. It was just so ridiculously busy that you were never alone. However, when I began my walk home, I saw no one. The streets were completely empty of both cars and people, and the stoplights, they were just slowly blinking a red color. There was almost no noise, aside from the wind and the faint click of a nearby stoplight as I was on my usual route back home. I immediately knew something was very wrong, because only a few moments ago, the streets were packed with people and cars. But now, they were desolate, abandoned. I froze with a chill running through me as I slowly kept walking, unsure of what was going on. My first assumptions were that this was some kind of dream, and I was pretty satisfied believing that theory. I kept on walking, as I figured I would soon wake up from my dream world to start another day. It wasn't all that big a deal anyways. That was when I heard a phone begin to ring, breaking through the silence of the night with startling volume. I stopped, and I listened for a few seconds before slowly turning towards the direction it came from. About 4 meters ahead, there was a phone booth, with the phone swinging from the wire loosely. It was as if it had been used and haphazardly thrown, as opposed to being hung back up. Considering this was a dream, I found no reason not to walk into the booth and pick it up, pressing the earpiece against my skull. "Hello?" I spoke casually, not caring what happened in the slightest.
"Hello, Michael."
An extremely odd voice replied. It sounded raspy, as if the speaker was having trouble breathing. But it sounded horribly off-tone as well, ranging from high-pitched to low-pitched multiple times in the course of a single second. It sounded malicious, full of poor intent. I was immediately uneased by it. The fact that the speaker knew my name didn't worry me though. This was a dream after all. So, what might you be calling for then? I asked, nervousness creeping through me as I did so. Even if this was not real, it still felt unsettling.
I want you to close the door of the booth, Michael.
It replied, as if it knew I was going to do it before I even did. Somehow, I felt compelled to obey, closing the blue-tinted glass door, which immediately began to fog up, along with all the other glass panels. This made the outside world blurry and distorted. Why did you want me to do that?
So you won't run.
The voice sputtered malevolently before beginning to laugh in a warped, horrible way for only a few seconds. It was dry, evil, maniacal, and horrifying.
You think you are dreaming, even though you've just gone through your day as if it was another. You believe it's all a dream, because something only happens now.
I was speechless, frozen in fear. My fingers hesitantly moved to my other arm, and I pinched myself, hoping I was right after all, that it really was a dream. All I felt was pain. I didn't wake up. "Who the hell are you?" I shouted, almost ready to hang up the phone.
See for yourself.
The line went dead, and the dull buzzing noise began to drone on and on in my ear. I pulled the phone away from my head and hung it up shakily, turning to open the door as fast as I could. What awaited me when I turned around was the most terrifying thing I've witnessed in my life. An extremely pale face was pressed against the fogged-up glass, obscured only slightly. The eyes were wide open, black pupils staring right into mine, and a mouth contorted into a toothy smile stretching from ear to ear. The face had no other discernible features, apart from a flattened nose and smooth skin. But what I found most disturbing was the lack of any body. It looked to just be glued there, staring at me. I screamed, falling to the floor only to see the eyes shift downwards to meet my expression of fear. In fact, the entire face had shifted downwards, just to look at me, and the features had not changed in even the slightest way. I couldn't move. I just looked at the atrocity before me in horror for what seemed like hours. The face said nothing and just remained right there where it was, silent, staring. Then, the phone rang once again, reverberating through the small room over and over. It took a few more minutes for me to slowly rise to my feet, eyes locked on the face the whole time. My hand nervously grabbed the telephone, and I put it against my head, almost against my will. It was as if I had been forced to do it, as opposed to breaking out the opposite end of the booth, like I should have done. What do you want?" I asked weakly, all the while focusing on the glass.
I want to see you scream, to be afraid.
It rasped once again, but even though the words were coming through the phone, the mouth of that face had a smile still etched into it, unchanged the entire time. Just leave me alone, man. I've got money, I've got...
What do you have that I want?
The voice roared, deafeningly into my ear, causing me to recoil in pain at the burst of sound.
I will show you what I want.
The voice became extremely deep now, grating, almost demonic in nature. I pressed my back against the glass, trying to get as far away from the face as I could. Once again, the line went dead, and I was left with the face still staring right at me. After about 30 seconds of further silence, an arm, just as ghostly white as the face, reached through the glass. Fingers, like bones, began to emerge, reaching for my throat and slowly coming closer and closer towards me. I screamed and began hitting the glass as hard as I could with the phone. It began to crack. I hit it again and again until I felt a cold finger touch the back of my neck. I struck the glass again until at last it shattered. I fell to the concrete ground, still petrified by fear. Upon looking up, my eyes met with those of a few other people. They seemed confused as to what had just happened. Cars once again lined the roads, and the sounds of Manhattan had returned in full strength. I rose to my feet, breathing deeply and stumbling away down the street, back to my apartment. I didn't look back once. I never used that phone booth after that, and I never will again. To this day, I am unsure as to what happened that night, and just thinking about it still frightens me, because I know it wasn't a dream. It called me again today. There have been rumors circulating about the network for some time now, but I believe that I am the first to properly investigate them. I'm certainly the first to share my findings. I'm not going to shove this stuff down your throat and blow it out of proportion, nor am I going to tell you everything that I saw. I shall not respond to any messages regarding the matter, but I will leave instructions for those of you who are motivated enough to replicate my trip. I don't know if you've ever been to North Wales. Lots of mountains and valleys, and very few large towns. Mostly rural communities out there. I visited a friend up in Bangor a few times, so I knew the way to the coast. From there, it was a matter of heading south into the foothills of Mount Snowdon. It took a while to find the old research building. It's been abandoned for years, and so the address wasn't on my sat-nav. But a couple of locals out on a hike pointed me in the right direction. If you plan on heading out there, I would advise asking around. It's easy to get lost out on those country roads. Sure enough, there was the sign that I'd read about. The original words, Gwynedd Climate Research Centre, just visible through the fading coat of black paint which had been sprayed across the sign. In their place had simply been dubbed End. Passing this charming exterior, I turned up a narrow path where the hedges grew tall and tangled with weeds. I'm not talking about narrow like, oh, it's going to be awkward if I meet another vehicle coming the other way. I'm talking grit your teeth the entire way because you can hear the bushes scraping up against the sides of your car. The road surface turned to gravel and then angled up sharply. My tires span, the innards creaked painfully, and it quickly became apparent that it wasn't going to make it up. I reversed down the short distance that I'd managed, and I parked up, shrugging on my laptop bag and pocketing my dad's mag light. It was a fairly grey morning, and I had no idea what state the building's lighting would be in. Buttoning my jacket, I headed up the hill. The front door was not locked, but I set out to check the perimeter. It was pretty much as described in the original online post. Windows boarded, no visible telephone or power lines feeding into the building, and an exterior shell which was covered almost entirely with graffiti tags. No vehicles were in sight, and the CCTV cameras hung limp and dead in their cages. Good enough for me. The interior was dark, as I had anticipated. I flicked on the mag light, and I let it play over grimy walls and a dusty floor. Odd that it should seem so undisturbed. One would think that it would be as squat as heaven, or at the very least, littered with used needles and condom wrappers, as most other abandoned buildings tend to be. The graffiti was still present, but it seemed more hesitant. It was spaced out and faltered the further down the hallway I went. It finally petered out a few feet from the reception desk. The local teenagers had obviously lost their nerve. I found the fuse box behind the desk and flipped a few of the switches experimentally. Nothing happened. Whether the fuses were all blown or there was no power at all, I did not know. But I definitely did not have the capacity to fix it. The email that I had received on the matter specifically stated not to worry about the electricity supply, but, and call me a coward if you like, given a choice between functioning lights and creeping around a dark, isolated building on my own, I'd rather the former. After climbing a bare stairwell to the next floor, I was able to stow my light. The windows here were not boarded up, and great cones of sunlight had crept through the empty frames. The only creepy thing about this place was how tidy it was. Yeah, a thick layer of dust coated everything, and what few furnishings were left had been piled up in the corners of the rooms. But there was literally no sign of human disturbance. The sort of place an urban explorer would kill to stumble across, no doubt. I actually felt almost unwelcome there. The closest example I can think of is when you walked into a class really late back in school. Everyone turns to look at you, and you feel weirdly unwelcome. Yeah, well, I was getting that same feeling in my stomach when I found the room. It was pretty much as the email had described. A big, open-plan office layout with marks on the floor and ceiling where the cubicles had once been, and a great reef of office chairs tangled together in one corner. There was only one desk in the room, pushed against the far wall. As I approached it, I noted that unlike the rest of the building, it was completely devoid of dust. I pulled the laptop out of my bag and I set it down. It was a cheap piece of crap 2000 model, which I'd bought online for around £30, reformatted, and installed only the basic functions onto. It had been purchased specifically for that excursion. I wasn't going to gamble my personal machine on an interesting story I'd read online. Once booted up, I produced the network cable. It was an old grey one, the kind you attribute with screechy dial-up tones and parents complaining about your hogging the phone lines. One end slotted into the back of the machine, and I looped the other down behind the desk, crouched beneath it, and felt my way along the flaking plaster until my hand brushed the port. My probing fingers discovered a cable already attached, which I unhooked and replaced with my own. When I stood up, I noticed that the cable that I held in my hand was torn, as though the other half had been yanked away so abruptly that the plastic had ruptured and the wires inside snapped. I still have it around somewhere in my office, actually. Nothing happened. No icons popped up announcing that I had successfully connected to the network, and the little signal strength symbol in the bottom right of the screen insisted that I was not online. Puzzled, I checked the printout of the email. No mention of this. Perhaps the power being off was an issue, contrary to the given directions. I called up the command window and I tried sending a ping. A ping, by the way, is a kind of echoed message that the computer can send out. It tests a connection. It bounces back or receives a response from other machines and servers on the same network as you. To my surprise, I received 2 or 3 automated responses. I was online all right. The next given step was the internet. My homepage was set to Google, but strangely, the program spent a good few minutes just on a blank white screen before I was redirected to a different search engine. It was similar to Google in its minimalism. Empty background with a central text bar. But the address read www.patriotsearch.com. In place of the Google text logo, there was a simple, sketch-style picture of a stoic-faced soldier holding a British flag in one hand and a US flag in the other. The words, Semper Fidelis, were scratched into his helmet. I tried YouTube, but the page briefly 404'd before redirecting me to the Patriot Search website once more. My mouth felt dry as I clicked the search option and I headed to the BBC News website. This one, it seemed, was still online. As I skimmed the news headlines, any doubts that I'd had quickly vanished. Second American Civil War grows in size and intensity. US troops redeployed from Afghanistan, Egypt and Turkey to defend home soil. France and Spain left reeling after terrorists detonate a thermonuclear device on their borders. Police in Texas circulate CCTV images of men believed responsible for the kidnap and murder of over 50 women since 2008. Handgun ban set to become law across America after last week's White House shooting spree. The US and Britain to allow Australia and Canada to join the Patriot Alliance. UK terrorists continue to murder in border towns, demand Scottish independence. German theoretical physicists arrested by US agents, accused of treason. Research on alternate universes and interdimensional travel among confiscated items. I sat back, fumbled a cigarette into my mouth, and lit it up. I had no idea precisely what it was I'd stumbled across. I still don't. But it was huge. Some kind of alternate reality? News from the future? It seemed too big to be a trick. Anyway, As the email had told me, this network, this other internet, was an overlap between our world and another one. I went back to the Patriot Search website, began punching in anything that came to mind. Olympics, Facebook, Human Rights Act, police powers, current world map. Slowly, surely, a picture began to form. A picture of the world beyond my laptop and the little umbilical cord which was the cable. I was a blind man, feeling his way through a cave, bit by bit. The more I read, the more fearful I became. A lot of bad shit had happened. I have neither the time nor the patience to list everything here. You can't expect me to describe an entirely separate historical timeline, but I'll leave you with a few examples. Police in the United States and the UK were gradually being phased out, and the army was taking their place. From what I gathered, the only crimes that were properly investigated were treason and fraud, leaving all kinds of depraved killers and perverts free to do as they pleased. Some had even gained fan followings. I stumbled across one website dedicated to somebody called the Dockyard Butcher. It had an image and video gallery in the sidebar, and the things I saw made me feel queasy. The world was overcrowded, but not just like ours. I make no exaggeration. London was ringed by shantytown slums, the sort of place you wouldn't expect to find outside of a third world country. There was so much to take in. I'm probably forgetting half of it as I type. Oh, and something had happened to New York City. There were plenty of records about it, dating back to the late 90s. But then they just stopped, like it never existed. I couldn't find it on any of the maps. No discussions on any public forums about it either. I'm not sure if it's an isolated example, or one of many places to officially stop existing. But if anyone decides to look for themselves, then it's something interesting to investigate. I really recommend that you don't, though. A shrill bleep startled me. I had left the command drive open after testing my connection. It was notifying me of an echoed ping. I reopened the window, and sure enough, I had been pinged. Moments later, a second ping popped up on the feed. A different source though. The IP address was listed beside the notification. As far as we know, that building is the only one with a connection to the network, meaning that this had not come from this side. As I tried to grasp what was happening, a third ping appeared. Something clicked inside my head, and I felt my stomach turn. I had grasped blindly into the unknown, and now the unknown was grasping back. People from this other world had felt my clumsy investigations and were, in turn, investigating us. That was when my laptop went crazy. The mouse stopped responding to my usage. In fact, the pointer disappeared completely from the screen. The internet browser instantly froze up and then forwarded me to another website. A blank, white screen which loaded almost instantaneously. A file began to load itself onto the machine, its icon a pale, pupil devoid eyeball, and its name a blank space. Though I was not hugely worried about the well-being of the old laptop, the idea that something from this other place was pushing its way into my reality was strangely horrifying. I leapt to my feet, and just as the download reached the 75% mark, I yanked free that cable from the wall. A squeal of static emerged from the computer speakers, and the download bar quivered, frozen on screen. I had dropped my cigarette in the rush, so I sat back, lit up another one, and stared at that socket on the wall, scratched and slightly deformed due to my rather rough exit from the world that lay beyond it. I have no idea what that I program was for, and I didn't try to find out. I took the laptop apart there and then, and carefully ground each piece below my heel. All that's left of its inner workings is a scattering of green plastic shards and bent metal. As for what the future holds for that old climate research building, I have no idea. Gwynedd Council have been talking about demolishing it down for years now, and perhaps one day they'll pull their fingers out and get around to it. I'll be honest, when it's nothing but rubble and ashes, I won't be mourning its loss. Until that time, the socket, the little window into the unknown, is still there. If you desperately want to investigate it, I can't stop you. Still, it's plain to see that whatever world the network represents is a cruel and malicious shadow of our own. Just a word of warning to any other would-be pioneers, however. If they try to make contact, ignore them. And if they try to get through, deny them. Scientists believe that should alternate universes exist, then it would be almost impossible to knowingly transfer physical objects from one to the other. Then again, though data is simply electrical impulses, energy, that such a force should be exchangeable between two realities simply paves way for other, far less desirable visitors. I believe that whatever possibilities the network holds for us are far outweighed by the risk, because what lies just across the veil is not some monster or demon, but a humanity turned cold and hateful. It knows how we think, and it knows we'll come back. If all this hasn't dissuaded you from exploring, then please just be careful. The human brain is divided into two hemispheres, the left and the right. The left side is responsible for creativity, imagination, and love, while the right side is responsible for facts, figures, logic. These two hemispheres are connected by what is effectively a bridge between the two, the Corpus Callosum. It is the gateway between love and logic, creativity and calculation. Without it, the two sides of the brain are effectively different people living in the same body. The right side of the brain controls the right eye, arm and leg, and vice versa for the left side. The severing of the corpus callosum can have beneficial effects for humans. It can serve to lessen the more adverse effects of epilepsy, by stopping the attack affecting both sides of the brain. Unfortunately, the procedure is not without consequence, as patients have reported seeing either one of their arms moving completely independently of their will. Some have watched as their arms manipulate objects without willing them to, and some have actually had to use their functional arm to physically restrain the wayward limb. This is known as alien hand syndrome. Philip had a condition. This condition, to the dismay of both Philip and his family, had not been diagnosed. Countless psychiatric tests had shown doctors absolutely nothing. Only one thing about Philip's condition was certain. It was, potentially, very dangerous. It had first happened on Philip's 6th birthday. He had been in the garden, opening presents with his family and friends, when he just stopped. A glazed expression overcame his previously jubilant one, and slowly but purposefully, he got up and began to walk away. He walked and walked and walked. All the while, he was followed by a crowd of anxious parents and children, headed by his own mother, as they pursued him down the quiet cul-de-sac. "Philly, what are you doing, love? Come back," his mother pleaded, with no response. His march only ceased when he reached the end of the road, where he collapsed. His parents rushed to him and were met with the disgruntled face of a sleepy 6-year-old who had no idea where he was or how he ended up there. Philip suffered from something which would best be described as conscious sleepwalking. His brain would enter a kind of autopilot mode, commandeering his body. After each of these episodes, Philip would regain consciousness with absolutely no recollection of what he had done in his catatonic state. For a while, he had been able to control it. He had made sure that if he was going out, he'd be out with a friend who'd be able to look after him, and that he'd call home to check in every half hour. For a while, it seemed to have gone away completely. But then, on the 2nd of August, 2013, Philip went missing. Police helicopters, sniffer dogs, Philip's family making tearful appeals to the public for information were all fruitless, until emergency services received a call on the 8th of August about a young man fitting Philip's description, sitting in the middle of a busy ring road. The police had no idea where Philip had been, and nor had he. Philip sat in the hospital waiting room, flanked by his mother, sister and father. Across from him was Dr. Bosman. He was a booming man in his 40s, a neurosurgeon. Dr. Bosman was talking. "Philip, for this to work, I'm going to need you to listen to me." Philip nodded. Bosman cleared his throat and began. "What I intend to do is sever your corpus callosum. It should lessen, if not completely, stop your condition." Philip absorbed this information wordlessly. "The procedure is very safe, I can assure you." Philip consented without a word. White light, hospital bed, paper gown. Beep, beep, beep. Count back from 100. 99, 98, 97, 97, 90. Philip yet again sat opposite Bosman. This time, however, he was in a hospital bed, his newly shaved head glistening in the halogen glow, with Bosman sitting on a chair at the foot of the bed. He beamed, which served to spread his beard across his face further than it already was. "Philip, you'll be pleased to know that your operation went seamlessly. You should be discharged within 5 days." Bosman's eyes then lost a degree of warmth as he cleared his throat and said with a sympathetic voice, "Now, there may be some side effects, but nothing major. Have you heard of alien hand syndrome?" Philip made a motion that indicated the negative, and Bosman proceeded to explain to Philip the biology of the Corpus Callosum. With the Corpus Callosum gone, you are effectively two separate people in the same body. The left and right no longer have an intermediary. Bosman handed him his card. "It shouldn't be anything you can't handle, but if at any point you feel like it is, do not hesitate to call me." They shook hands, and Bosman departed. Philip felt like an entirely new man. The problem with which he had battled his whole life gone. He kept waiting for it to return, apprehensive, but it never did. As for side effects, he barely noticed them. Occasionally, he felt a tingle running through his left arm, at the most a light tremble, but nothing more. For the time being, Philip was at his desk. He had just finished typing an email, and his computer sat upon his desk, its glow creating a dull shadow puppet show of his figure against the wall. He leaned back in his chair and sighed backwards into the room. He suddenly became aware of a gentle, tugging sensation at his left shoulder, and so he looked down. His left arm was moving, fingers scuttling over the keys. It was typing him a message. "Hello, Philip." Philip sat there, heart constantly slamming back into his chest. He tried and failed to use his left arm. He began to reply. "Hello? How do you feel?" came the reply. "I'm very well. How are you?" There was a pause before the arm typed, "I want to show you something." The arm then began to move fluidly to the number keys. It began to type once more. For a while, Philip was unable to grasp what he was reading. But then, slowly, he understood. It was an address. "Go there," the arm typed. Why? He felt feeling return to his left arm and found that he was able to flex it again. The words of Dr. Bosman reverberated inside his head. "With the Corpus Callosum gone, you are effectively two separate people in the same body." One of these people was trying to tell him something. Philip sat for a long time, staring into the screen of his phone, Bosman's card in his hand. He dialed. Almost instantaneously, he heard Bosman's voice. "Hello? Philip, hello?" He hung up. He didn't attempt to make sense of his surroundings or log landmarks. He just drove. After a while, he saw on the screen of his sat-nav the end of a blue line that he had been following for an hour. He found himself staring down a wide road, at the end of which, a small warehouse. A sign hung loosely over the door, claiming the warehouse to have once belonged to a self-storage company. The smashed windows made cruel mosaics on the concrete. The doors adorned with the tags of generations of graffiti artists. He walked slowly to the door, only to find that the lock had already met an untimely death to the blunt end of some kind of tool. He trod the narrow hallway from the door to the main warehouse space. Remnants of a makeshift reception, check-in cards, crunched beneath his shoe as he moved towards the double doors. As he walked, he became increasingly aware of a sickly sweet smell, which became all the more cloying every step he took. He pushed through the set of double doors and came face to face with what his left brain had been trying to tell him. In one corner of the room, there was a sleeping bag, a fan heater, and a week's worth of food waste. In another, there were 7 bodies. The corpses lay piled upon one another, their twisted, emaciated forms resembling some sadistic mockery of a game of Twister. They appeared to have been tossed aside, as if by some violent child who had grown bored of his toys. But it was what Philip saw last that would haunt him for the rest of his sheltered life in various secure psychiatric wards. There, on the wall, was a calendar. The make was that of the storage companies. It was from 2013, and the only days that had anything marked on them at all were the days between the 2nd and the 8th of August. Hear me out. I don't plan to stay here long. One way or another, this place won't hold me. Yeah, sure, I know they all say that. But trust me, I'm different. No, that's not right. I'm probably bog standard. But the circumstances, they're different. And the circumstances are going to make things a little difficult. Unless I tell someone. Even if I tell someone. Since I was a little boy, I've had a problem. The doctors call it kleptomania. To me, it's a challenge. Not a challenge like the kind you see in the big budget blockbusters. The one where the suave gentleman spy gets the girl, a fortune, and the respect of the people he's stolen from. It's a challenge to rein myself in. A challenge to try to keep myself from taking something, anything. And a challenge I always inevitably lose. First memory I have is when I was 6. My parents were in this store, a restaurant or something. There were a bunch of pastries, fresh and flaky and delicious behind the counter, glazed with honey and chocolate and maple syrup that looked like it had been taken from a broken and unresisting tree. The server was a nice lady. She saw my smile and the innocent look in my blue eyes, and I remember her saying from rosy lead lipstick that couldn't hide last night's bruises that she wanted to give me an extra little gift for free. And while she and my parents were talking, I helped myself to several from inside the display case, shoving them crudely into my pockets. I never ate them, just felt nervous and nauseous and thrilled. Somehow, my parents never found out. They found out much later, and my father got so angry that his face swelled up like a big old balloon, He yelled and shouted himself hoarse, telling me to never steal again. And yeah, you're right. None of it's important now. Even if I wanted to, which I did, I couldn't. Guess my self-control is pretty crap, huh? Just joking with myself. It's why I'm laughing. Over time, I moved out and moved on with life. Got a good car, a good job, but my habits never changed. I moved on from stealing old trinkets from school and work to walking around town, finding houses where the people who lived in them were too lost and too self-absorbed. I'd wait, sometimes for weeks, watching them, figuring out if they were out. And I'd bide my time, fighting the impulse until it was screaming into my ear. And then I'd go into my mark and take something. Didn't matter what. Maybe a piece of jewelry, maybe a book fallen from the shelf. I tried to avoid valuable things that looked like they'd be easily noticed or have sentimental value. I just needed proof, something I could shove in a drawer and mark as a sign that I'd been there. Then my little secret wouldn't try to tempt me at coming back again. It'd be over. It would be under control. For at least a little while. They don't tell you that that means living alone, that it means avoiding other people, but being charming enough that people think everything is all right. Sure, I could have talked to a doctor about it. Maybe they'd even have been able to help, with words or drugs or medicine or something. But that voice, it whispered to me first and foremost, and it was seductive. All I needed to be happy and to live was to keep on taking things, all the little things that I wanted. And so it asked, and so I did. But there was this one house that had never really called to me. It had been old, renovated a few times, failed to sell on the market. A young couple moved in, looking like they had too much money and not enough common sense. With them, they brought their little daughter, not even a year old. I watched them go out, eating at fancy restaurants at least once or twice a week. The new car the guy bought and lavished more time and energy on than his wife and kid combined. The shallow way each talked only about themselves at the table, raising their voice ever so slightly in a kind of verbal fencing match nobody ever won. And one day, they left in that fancy car to catch a show, and I slipped inside the unlocked front door moments after they'd left. My blood felt like it was on fire and felt cold as ice at the same time. The house was very organized. Imitation vases with plastic flowers, silverware on tablecloths, and paintings that looked a little too good to be true. My slip-on shoes didn't make a sound as my field of vision took in everything around me, looking for what I was to take. It took me a while to process the crying sound. It was coming from a room down the hallway, and it was then I realized they'd left their kid home, all alone. My palms scraped against my car keys, and I could feel the surface of my skin, itchy. No, I didn't plan to steal the kid. I know what you've probably read in the papers, what they must have said. I don't care if you believe me or not, but if I don't tell someone... At first, I avoided the hallway to her room. I tried looking upstairs, hoping to just take an earring or something and call it a day. Nothing stood out in the master bedroom, in the second bathroom, in some room that looked like a cross between a study and the rec room for someone who never grew up, filled with car models and paper airplanes. but nothing spoke to me with that velvet whisper that it wanted to be taken away and taken home, so that I could lock it in a little shelf with a padlock and a murmur and a promise that it would be safe. A slave to the call, I made my way to the first room down the hall. The crying had stopped when I made my way to the hallway. I had gotten a little sloppy due to my unease, and I could hear my footsteps against the tiled floor of the kitchen as I passed it by. The first room on the right had a child's mobile, but otherwise seemed to be another study with a modern computer and an office chair hinting at its doubling as some kind of home office. At least, that was my initial thought as I stepped inside and nearly tripped over the almost camouflaged cradle set up in the center of the room. Looking up at me with huge, innocent eyes, the couple's kid grinned at me and cooed. I tried to ignore her as I stumbled around the room, once again taking time to mask my steps. Drawers full of paper and reports greeted me. Not one interesting thing to take. At least, not without spending far too long reading through them to be safe. Then I realized two things. Though I had once again ceased making any noise when I moved, there were still footsteps. Steps that fell a few moments after mine, then stopped abruptly when I did. Secondly, she was crying again, crying hard and harshly, and flailing against the walls of her cradle. Man, I'm not lying when I said I nearly fell over myself in fright and shock. I managed to wheel around while my brain was grasping at straws, looking for some sort of excuse that sounded remotely plausible. They all vanished when my eyes met his. He stood maybe a few inches shorter than me. Not too skinny, not too fat. Chalky-toned and glassy-eyed in a floral print shirt that seemed too cold for the crisp spring weather. He seemed as surprised to see me as I was to see him. Then he opened his mouth and, smiling, grabbed me by the shoulder. I could feel the crunch of my shoulder popping from its socket as he twisted it around more easily than any human should be able to do. His fingers felt like unrisen dough or sculptor's clay, and then I fell to the ground, whimpering like an idiot, trying to fight back the pain. Strolling over to the cradle, he reached forward and tenderly plucked the girl from where she had crawled to. Her tears had dried, but as much as an infant could, she was glowering at him with recently dried eyes. And in that instant, in a brief instant, I saw his fingers flicker like swollen white plaster, all discolored by a fire and dancing in the wind. I knew that I had to do something. Managing to pull myself from the floor, I ran and dashed into him, knocking the strange to the ground and catching the little girl as he collided into one of the many bureaus with an audible crunch. I could see a wound in the side of his head, but no blood flowed, and indeed, he didn't show much sign of noticing. Only a mild surprise that slowly turned into a look of hatred and rage. Pulling himself up to his shunty and unimpressive height, everything from above his waist trailing behind him limp and uselessly, the stranger began to spasm uncontrollably, and I ran. I ran down the hallway, carrying the little girl in my arms, and terrified that I might lose her, since no one seemed to be responding to my desperate requests. I ran, trying to ignore the voice screaming that I hadn't taken anything yet, and ran, terrified that if the man, or man-shaped thing, caught up with me, I would die. Then suddenly, the tile bubbled beneath my feet, and I tripped and fell. I managed to brace the infant against my still good left arm and used it to shield her body. But as the white goo-like tar bubbled around my feet and surged back to the man, I knew I'd been caught. He made his way slowly towards me, with a certainty in his movements. He didn't even try to move normally anymore, feet wide apart, like he was riding a horse through the air. As the substance grew and shaped itself back into limbs in the places where his arms should be, he fell completely to his back and began to run over the floor like some sort of humanoid dog, panting with his tongue half out and his eyes glistening in excitement. As he ran, his skin kind of glistened and sloughed off around him, white and bubbly and incandescent, and I knew we were both going to die. Or I would have, had I not heard the voice, triumphant and loud, whisper to me. Only a few inches away, the little girl cooed, and my hand shot out. I felt the cold steel of a lighter. It flickered on as my fingers braced around it, and the pale light brought the creature to a rollicking stop. In its confusion, I managed to get to my feet. I ran towards it, screaming. I kicked that damn thing until it stopped moving, obviously alive and paralyzed more out of surprise than any actual damage. Then, I set that damn house on fire, not leaving until I saw the smoke and fire cause the thing to shrivel and go limp and dissipated into the floorboards. Then, I joined the girl where I placed her outside. Eventually, I was found by the police. I told them what I told the courts, that I had been planning to kidnap the girl and burn the house down because of my own damn carelessness. It's close enough to the truth, and close enough to make me regret nothing. I've not felt that urge to take anything ever since. The voice seemed satisfied with my role, or the role I had to play. But I had to tell someone, to tell you, pal. Because in my dreams, I see those eyes, green, multifaceted, before they grow human again for a few moments. And I know that I didn't kill it, whatever it was. Oh yeah, I heard it, but it's under the earth somewhere, under the ruins of that burned out husk of a house. And it will come back when they rebuild the place or maybe just move somewhere else. But first, it'll find me here and kill me. Make it look like I killed myself or someone else did it. And that's why you have to know, because I'm going to beat it to the punch, just to put the dreams to an end. Just do me a favor, alright? Find a way to give this back to that family. To her. I'm sure they'll use the insurance to move somewhere else, go somewhere new. But when that thing follows them, if it follows them, I want her to have the lighter, a flame to carry with her, just in case it comes back. City apartments are rough. My first two places were both basements. Because, well, that's what you can afford these days, if you're looking to live alone. Third place, no lie, had a window facing a brick wall only 3 feet away. I was never looking for a spectacular view. I just wanted a decent window. Until last month, when I got one. I moved in December 1st to this super small but super decent apartment, only a few minutes walk from the subway. The main living space extended from the kitchen, and a flimsy sliding door separated that from a small bedroom space. And the east wall of that bedroom space, a floor-to-ceiling window. Sure, it only overlooked the dirty street ahead, a small coffee place, and a huge community housing building. But my God, the air, the sounds, the sunlight, it was perfect. And so shockingly affordable. I will make a note here that I've never been much of a horror movie person. Just never caught my interest. So, when I couldn't find any bug reports on the building, it just seemed like a lucky break. Anyway, after settling my debt with my moving helpers, a 6-pack of beer and a large pizza, obviously, they were off on their way, and I began putting together my new home. I started with the Wi-Fi and living space so I could work to some tunes. Then I unboxed some stuff for the kitchen. As I was sliding some plates into my cupboard, a knock came at my door. Shit, maybe my music was too loud. Standing on the other side of the door was a small woman wearing a hijab. I smiled apologetically. Sorry, is my music too loud? No, it's fine. The walls here are good, she assured me. I wanted to say hello, welcome you to the building. Oh, I hadn't expected such a warm reception. I had never been greeted by a neighbor in any of my previous places. Thanks so much. I'm Lewis. She shook my hand. Quibla, love to meet you. She peered into my apartment. This looks good. Do you need curtains? I can give you some. I have extra. Thanks, but I'll get around to it. I'm excited to get some December sunlight coming through, I said with a laugh. She did not laugh. It's no problem. They are lovely curtains, and you need your privacy, she said. I chuckled, feeling some tension in the air. I'll make sure to get some curtains up soon. In the meantime, I'll hide all this. I gestured to my lackluster physique. Under wraps. Again, no reaction from my neighbor. A moment later, she forced a small laugh, then nodded. If you need anything, I'm down the hall, 1710. She nodded once more before turning away and retreating down the hall. I waved as I watched her go. Nice lady, I thought. Odd though. Which brings us to my first night. Darkness hit hard and fast, but there were a couple of yellowed streetlights bathing the street and parking lot outside the closed coffee shop. And the man who was yelling. It started just as I was laying down on my bed. A senseless hollering, strings of profanity mixed with accusations at no one. But I'm not new to the city. I was near community housing, a place where folks with mental illnesses can very much end up. So above all else, I knew to be patient. Maybe this was why the place cost so little. It would have to be pretty extreme for that much of a price decrease though. This set me on edge. After about an hour of the noise ebbing and flowing, I brought myself up and out of the bed and over to the window. I looked out over the cold street and watched the snow get caught up in gusts and brought to the man. He walked in jerky circles, flailing his limbs from time to time. I touched the cold glass. At that moment, he spun around and faced me, as if he could hear that barest touch. He froze. No more noise, no more circles. He just stared back up at me. He couldn't have been staring at me. I was standing in my dark room, alone, 17 stories up. But from everything I could tell, he was standing in that parking lot, leaning at the slightest angle, head cocked right up at me. This wasn't good. I took a step backwards, still watching him. The moment I moved, he broke into a dead sprint. He was running directly at me. My heart leapt, but I was inside. There were many locked doors between myself and him. It was fine. That didn't stop me from running to my apartment door and triple checking it was indeed still locked. And then watching my apartment door from my kitchen table. Then watching the street from my window to see if I could see him again. Then the kitchen. Then the window. It wasn't a great night. The next morning, as I opened up my door, it pushed against something. I full panicked for a moment, but immediately recognized it as a bundled up window curtain with a note attached. For the nights, they aren't people. They are cold. Quibbler. This was unsettling for sure, but also, on a different level, incredibly insulting. Was she talking about the community housing folk? They were sick, not people. I let my indignant humanitarian side overpower my anxiousness over all this and tossed the curtain inside and continued on my way. I got a donut and some bad brew at the coffee shop. Found out they only operate from 9 to 5, which isn't ideal for late night cravings, and I headed off to work. Night number 2 was much quieter. I didn't hear a sound above the passing night traffic as I lay down to sleep. This felt much more comforting. And then it wasn't. It was too damn quiet. There were other people in this building. There was the community housing just across the street. Why was it so quiet? I stood up again and wandered to the window. Nothing of note out there. No folks wandering the street. Only difference from the night before was one street light had started flickering. Maybe I was getting in my head over all this. Then I saw them. The group on the balcony. 5 people stood on a balcony of the community housing building, about 5 stories higher than myself. I couldn't entirely tell if they were speaking or anything from this far, but one thing was for sure. Each stood facing out, facing me, staring at me. I whispered some curse under my breath and immediately turned to grab that curtain near my front door. I stomped through my house, hoping the sound of my own movement would help me establish some sort of connection to reason. I was imagining things. I was getting worked up over nothing. But if the curtain would help me feel better. Easy as that, right? Let's get it up. I got back to my room just in time to see them jump. In unison, each of the 5 people on the balcony easily climbed over the rail and stepped off, still staring directly at me through my window. I dropped the curtain in terror and shouted a meaningless "Stop!" I scrambled to find my phone and dialed 911 while I made a mad dash out of the apartment and into the elevator. Police and ambulance were on their way. As the elevator rang at ground floor, I ran out of the building and into the cold. And holy shit was it cold. The biting night stung at my skin all over, seeing as I'd left wearing only my PJs and slippers. I ran across the quiet road and past the shop to the building, dreading what I was going to see. They stood there. That's all. There were the 5 figures I had seen only a moment ago, plummeting from over 20 stories up, stiffly, but casually looking at me with blank eyes. Nothing seemed to be wrong with them physically. I saw no signs of injury, but behind those eyes, I couldn't tell what I was seeing. I walked closer to the building, scanning the area to see if I was wrong, if it was maybe a different group of people, but only came back to them as sirens began blaring. They walked back inside. My mind was a mess. I felt like I was going crazy as the police talked with me, but I held my composure and assured them my eyes must have been playing tricks on me in the night. The sirens retreated back into the city. I slammed my fist against Quiebla's door the next day. It opened only a few inches, revealing a chain lock in her eyes. "What the hell is going on?" I asked. "You didn't put up the curtain?" she asked, as if this was some normal irritation. "How is a goddamn curtain going to stop people jumping from buildings?" I demanded. "They can see well in the dark. They've noticed you. They won't hurt you, but they'll want to be close," she said, as calmly as always. What do these people want? They aren't people, and they want to be warm. I sputtered, wordless. How do you even respond to that? "Put the curtain up. It might not stop it anymore, but it will give you peace of mind," was all she said before closing her door again. So I did. I put up the curtain and I started looking for another apartment. I didn't know what was going on, but I could stay here the 2 necessary months and head out without messing up my finances too bad. My last night, the curtains were drawn shut and my lights were all off, leaving me in pitch darkness. But there was no way I was getting to sleep. The past 2 days were running through my head on an endless loop. What was happening in that building with those people? They were people, right? A quiet noise caught my attention. Barely a noise, really. Like the sound of a mouse squeaking in the wall. It would be nice to have a normal issue, like mice. The same sound, but slightly louder. I curled up in my bed. I didn't want to deal with anything tonight, But I also knew no sleep was coming if I didn't deal with whatever was causing this sound. I slumped out of my bed and listened closely, tilting my head towards the wall. Silence. Maybe I should just attempt to sleep through it. A singular clicking noise, like hail falling against the glass. There was a chance I was just hearing something coming from outside, and I was fine. Or far from fine. They won't hurt you. I shuffled towards the window. They want to be warm. I pulled the curtains aside. Darkness. No streetlight. No snow. Nothing. Just the same darkness as my room. I furrowed my brow, absolutely lost. I hit the switch on my lamp. Naked bodies, stuck to the glass from the outside. Awfully contorted and piled bodies, all trying to touch as much of their flesh as possible to the glass dividing us. Their skin folded and flattened in still life before me, with patches of hair and scars and disease. The various faces clouded the window with their heavy breath, tongues and teeth pressed hard, almost like a suckerfish, plastered and frozen in ecstasy. No, not suckerfish, more like moths. I screamed and fell backwards, holding down the bile trying to shoot up. I huddled into a fetal position, rolled away from the sight before me, and I can only describe it as I lost my mind. I don't remember much until dawn came and I saw light piercing through my unmarred window. I left that day. I went to a friend's place and stayed on their couch. My friends and a couple of cousins I have here in the city had to go and get my belongings. They all think I just had some sort of random psychological meltdown. It took me this long just to get to the point where I'm even considering leaving this house and going back to work. I'm going to live with friends for a while, and if I do someday get a place again, I am so fine with basements. I've always had a weird knack for staying out of trouble. It's difficult to explain, but whether it be a feeling, a sense, a tingling, it's just always been there for as long as I can remember. I wish I could say it always made sense, or that there was always an aha moment where I understood what just happened, or even that it was a little less terrifying when it does happen. But that's rarely the case. I just know it always seems to work. I'd like to tell you about one of the less vague times it happened to me. Back in my early 20s, late 1990s, I decided I needed a change. I left my childhood home and moved in with my uncle on the other side of the state for a couple of months. Enough time to find a job, find an apartment, and get myself situated for college. This was a big move for me. I had spent a lot of time traveling, but I had never lived more than 10 miles from where I was born. It was both exciting and scary. Scales tipped more towards exciting. We lived in a backwoods town that few people have ever heard of, even now, but close to a few major cities in Florida. When I told people where I lived, I just said between Gainesville and St. Augustine, rather than go through the "you live where?" conversation. It's a rural area, not much more than red clay and a bunch of dried up lakes well past their prime. When giving people directions to the house, we actually told them, every turn you come to, just take the one with the hard road. The first intersection without a hard road, turn right. 2 blocks past that, on the left. It's the only house on that side. I don't think I ever even learned the names of all those roads on the way home. I just aimed for the hard roads. This house was pretty secluded. I don't think there was much neighborhood behind the house. Just woods. The property sat on an intersection of clay roads, with woods across the street to the front and one side of the house. The other side was an empty lot, and then more woods. I remember it was a pretty big yard, maybe a half acre or so, completely enclosed with a chain link fence. The house sat in the middle of the property. If you walked to the front edge of the yard inside the fence, you could see the neighbor's driveway a little farther up the road, on the other side. My uncle loved the place, not being able to see or hear anyone in any direction. Me, I thought it was creepy as hell. It was a small house, 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom. The living room had 2 exit doors, one to the front and one to the side. Each of them led out to a large porch. I know it's not a good thing, but I'm a smoker, like a freight train kind of smoker. It's a family thing, an unhealthy curse handed down by each generation. It's like you weren't even considered an adult until you sat on Grandma's porch and smoked with her. That's how you spent time with Grandma. You sat on the front porch, chain smoked, and talked about whatever needed talking about. I sure do miss that woman. I've never cared for smoking in the house, and my uncle was trying to quit. So we set up a little smoking table and a couple of chairs on his front porch. He was an early to rise and early to bed kind of guy. Me, I was just the opposite. I didn't go to bed until 2 or 3 each morning. Then I slept in until 10 or 11. The hours you keep working at a restaurant, I guess. So I spent most of my evenings after work on that porch, usually reading a book or talking on the phone to friends back home. There wasn't much road traffic to speak of, even less after I came in from work. It was summer, and my cousin, my uncle's son from his first marriage, had come to spend a couple of weeks with his dad. We're a pretty tight-knit family, so the kid, aka little man, was more my little brother than my cousin. He was around 4 or 5 years old at the time. The house only had 2 bedrooms, so we set up a little pallet of blankets on the floor in the living room for him. I made a fort of it every night before he went to sleep, stretching a sheet between the couch and coffee table over his head. There were big windows next to either of the doors going outside, and the blinds were old and kind of dog-chewed, so he liked to be covered up at night. I wasn't sure if it was so he couldn't see outside, or if he was worried something was outside seeing him. Either way, I could sympathize. On this particular night, I put him to bed and I retired to the front porch. I called a friend of mine back home and we proceeded to talk the night away. Kinda weird, the things we did before cell phones. We actually talked to people. I miss it sometimes. It was a typically warm southern night, mid-80s temperature, not a breath of a breeze, and humid. Nights out there could really go either way. You either had a cacophony of frogs, crickets, katydids, and the occasional alligator. Or worse, you couldn't hear yourself think over the silence. The chorus of nightlife was going strong that evening, which is actually pretty cool. If you've never heard it, each type of insect/critter sings together, matching the rest in volume and cadence. And then, one crescendos, briefly shutting out the others before going back down to rejoin the chorus. Every so often, you'll hear a couple of competing solos, or duets, louder and louder, until one wears out. It's mostly background stuff, and you usually tune it out. But it's neat to stop and listen. Until it just stops. That was how it started. I was talking on the phone, mostly listening, honestly. The critters are singing in the background. And I remember feeling just the briefest chill. Not enough to really notice at first. But then, everything went quiet. It didn't fade or lower in volume. It stopped. The chill settled in. She was still talking. I could hear her voice in my ear, but I wasn't listening anymore. I was staring into the wooded lot across the street. There wasn't anything to see over there, but I couldn't look away. I don't know if it was my uncle, a previous owner, or maybe the county, but there was a sodium vapor streetlight in front of the house, just outside of the chain link fence, a little to my right as I stared out there. It gave a decent amount of light to the front of the house, and it was really nice when you were bringing groceries in from the car after dark. But this night really underscored my issue with the light. The bulb itself was mounted directly to the pole, rather than extending away from it. An extension of some type would have provided more light in every direction, I think. The way the bulb housing hugged the pole itself, though, hard shadows ran behind the pole across the street, complete darkness spreading in about a 90-degree arc behind the light pole. And that's where I was looking. I tried to shake it off. Admittedly, I can get creeped out pretty easily. I've seen a lot of weird stuff, and I know I can scare myself without much help. So I tried to just ignore it and get back into the conversation. I opened my mouth to say something, to chime into whatever we were talking about with something witty, I'm sure.
Be quiet.
It's not really a voice, but it sometimes comes across as one. I knew there was no one actually talking to me, just my brain reacting to and dealing with something. So I'm well aware it's my own head when I hear a voice like that, just to be clear. But when I do hear it, I listen. This is that thing I mentioned when I started. What always keeps me out of trouble. It's not the first time I've heard it. I could hear my friend going on through the phone in my ear, but it was distant now, I could also hear something across the street. That was the summer of 1998. Just remember that. And it was a North Florida summer, marked by drought and fires. The underbrush was dry and crisp. Something over there had just taken a step through it. I didn't really know what to do. I could feel my heart beating in my temples. It felt like something was looking at me, through me. It was uncomfortable and more than a little invasive feeling. I didn't like it. I wanted to go inside.
Don't move.
Okay, we aren't moving. Check. Done. My friend was telling me about a new restaurant back home. How she and a few other friends of ours had been and liked it a lot. We needed to go when I could visit again. She stopped by to see my mum the other day and had a great time at the house.
It can hear her.
A dry twig cracked under its weight. I couldn't just hang up on her. If I did, she was going to call back. It struck me as a very bad thing to have the phone ring while I was out there. My hand was shaking, holding the phone to my head. "Wendy, I have to go," I whispered to her. She went to say something else, but I cut her off. "That thing is happening right now. I have to go. Something is out here. I'll call you later." "Be careful," she said, and hung up. She and I were close friends, had been for years, and she knew what I meant. I clicked the phone off and put it on the table. It was one of those big, curved, cordless models with that stubby little antenna. I remember them being very popular back then. Worried she would call back, or I'd be killed because of some weird wrong number calling at 2 a.m. in the morning, I flipped the ringer to off. Another step from across the street, and then another. It was walking faster now. It was definitely closer than when I first heard it. I braced myself, ready to jump up from the chair and run into the house.
Don't. It's watching.
So I didn't. I listened. I can't even explain how much I wanted to just up and run right then. There was an exhale. I don't really know how to explain it. Not a snort or a grunt, just a hard exhale. And then a scrape. Another step.
Get inside.
I damn near turned the table over as I jumped up from the chair and ran for the door. It was only a few steps, but it seemed like I'd never make it. And it really didn't help that I could hear that thing across the street break into a run. Twigs and branches snapping and crunching. Something broke over there, I guess as it ran through a bush or a low-hanging branch. Now, it was out of the woods. There was a thumping as its feet hit the hard-baked clay road. Right as I made it inside the door and got it shut behind me, I heard the clang of the chain-link fence as something hit its top rail, surely vaulting over the top and into our yard.
Lock the door.
I had barely twisted the deadbolt in the door when the voice came again.
Turn off the light.
The single light in the living room was from a weirdly elaborate light fixture attached to the ceiling fan. I called it the Venus flytrap for the strange flowery stained glass petals surrounding the bulbs, which always tinted the light to a pale green. I grabbed the pull cord and killed the light. Slam. something hit the door from outside. It sounded like whatever had been running at me just headbutted the door. That was the picture in my head, at least. I don't know how I didn't make a noise, to scream or whatever. It scared me so bad. The blinds shook in the window beside the door. A dry, rustling sound as they rubbed the wood in the frame.
Hide.
I thought about going into my room, which was the furthest point in the house from that door. But my cousin was sound asleep on the living room floor. I wasn't about to leave him out there by himself, but waking him up seemed like an equally bad idea. Another angry pounding against the door. The blinds shook again. I wondered how securely fastened they were to the top of the frame. What if they fell? What if they fell off the window and I ended up face to face with some thing outside, staring at me? All I could think was, if that happened, the street light would be to its back, lighting up the house, and I wouldn't be able to see it with the light in my eyes. I don't know why I even thought about that, but that thought scared the hell out of me. I got down on the floor and climbed into the fort we'd made earlier, between the couch and the coffee table. It seemed as good a spot as any. Little man stirred a bit as I settled in next to him, but he didn't wake up. More banging on the porch. It sounded like the table was being dragged/pulled across the wood floor out there. Another bang, and under all of that, the best word to describe it, breathing. It was somewhere between a snort or a growl. Something out of breath. A quick snarl, punctuated by more banging furniture. It slammed into the door again and growled. To say I was scared is a monstrous understatement. I didn't know what the hell to do. What if it stopped hitting the door and started hitting the window? The voice in my head was quiet though, as much as I could. I just trusted that it would be saying something if there was anything I should be doing. I laughed at myself for waiting on the voices in my head to tell me what to do. I probably didn't laugh right in that exact moment, but you get the idea. It jumped off the porch. I don't really know how to explain that sound, except that you could hear/feel its weight on the wood planks out there. And then, it was not there. Straining my ears to hear something, anything, all I could think was that it was gone. It was going to leave us alone. Slam. This one, from the door to the side of the living room. I didn't hear it over there before it hit the door. I think I might have yelped or something when it hit. Little man shook a little, but he was still sleeping. A couple more scrapes and bangs outside, and now it was panting. Again, I'm wondering about that window. It felt like luck that it didn't hit the one on the front porch. Too much to hope for that it wouldn't find the one on the side porch. But it didn't. Maybe a minute or two later, or really, my perception of time was so screwed up, it could have been half a minute or half an hour. It was gone. I heard it jump down again. Its breathing faded. I braced myself for another bang, but all was quiet. I don't know how long I lay there, hugging little man to me, not really sure who was comforting / protecting who for that next little while. I eventually fell asleep, waking up to the smells of breakfast and coffee. The previous night came back to me pretty quickly. I was happy to see everyone up and around. Both my uncle and little man were up and around already. I felt more than just a bit silly, climbing out from underneath that blanket fort built in the living room. My uncle just grinned at me, said that he'd slept in the living room with the little guy a few times himself. I went for the door, really needing that first smoke of the morning, feeling like I've earned it. Little man stopped me on the way out, surprised me, just came up and hugged me. I had to kneel down to catch him, so that he wasn't just hugging my knees. It was a good hug, deep and heartfelt. He pulled away from me, looked at me like I don't think a kid has ever looked at me. "I'm really glad you're okay," he said. "I had a bad dream that you were outside and got eaten by the monster across the street." I think all my blood froze right then. I don't know if I wanted to laugh or cry. I told him I was just fine. No monsters for me. They don't think I taste good. He laughed and was done with it. He was back in the kitchen, helping his dad with breakfast. And I really needed to smoke. It was my last scare of the morning, but it was a good one. Not really sure what I was expecting, but the yard around the house looked like a war zone. My smoking table was in pieces. Parts of it in front of the house, other parts on the side of the house, and one of the legs was out on the road. One of the chairs was near disintegrated. We never found the other one. We kept a big metal bucket full of sand on the side of the front porch, the butt bucket. It was on its side in the far back corner of the yard. It weirded me out that the sand and collection of butts previously inside said bucket were nowhere near the house or the bucket, but in the front corner of the yard. No matter how many times I've thought this through, that part never really made much sense. How did that thing get the bucket to the backyard? Why were the contents dumped in the front yard? What the hell was it that it could have carried the bucket to the front to dump it? My uncle saw me checking out the yard, came out the front door to join me. I remember he whistled when he came out, surprised to see the yard. It's funny now, and I think I nervous laughed even back then. He asked if I was throwing parties after he went to bed every night. He cocked an eyebrow at me and rubbed at a fresh dent in the door. Not quite. I wasn't sure what to do, still. So I told him everything that happened the night before. To be honest, I really thought that he was going to laugh at me, make fun of me for my overactive imagination, and I was never going to hear the end of it. He didn't, though. Instead, he told me that he'd had a couple of weird things happen to him out there. Said it really bothered him coming home after dark. That he hated not being able to see across the street because of that streetlight. And he told me he'd seen things on the edge of the fence, but mostly across the street. We went back inside, and he showed me where he kept 2 of his rifles and 1 of his handguns. Well out of sight, but easy to reach in a hurry. We went back out and cleaned the mess left in the yard. He said that with the national forest on just about all sides of us, there were lots of animals we weren't used to out there. There were plenty of bobcats, coyotes, panthers, and even bears. And God only knew what else. I agreed, taking some kind of comfort in that. My overactive imagination paired with a real-life animal. Yeah, that was going to be scary. And I really wish he'd stopped there. I think it's something else, though, he said. Whatever is out here feels smarter than that. I think it knows us. I don't think I'll ever forget him saying that. I tried to get him to say more, but he wouldn't. And he wouldn't ever speak about it again. I was only there another couple of weeks. Thankfully, uneventful weeks. When I left, I never went back to that house. Something about it after that night just didn't feel right. I wish I had more to tell you, or a better explanation for exactly what happened that night. But that's just how it happened. Today was a weird day. It was another long day at the office. Piles of paperwork stood a mile high on my desk, and it had taken hours to even make a dent in it. I couldn't have been more relieved when the clock finally hit 5 o'clock. I hightailed it out of there and went on my way. I pulled into the driveway, and I couldn't help but admire what stood before me. A gorgeous 2-story home, layered with the highest quality brick. A 500 square foot red cedar deck out back, the luxurious pool below it, and a hot tub to boot. The perfectly symmetrical yard with lush green grass, a massive wine cellar in the basement. My wife and I had slaved away working multiple jobs each to save up for this place. Seeing the response to our offer had brought tears to our eyes. This was our dream home. As I sat in the driveway, someone pulled up right beside me. I turned my head to see what was going on. There was a man in the car. He couldn't have been more than 40. His dark hair was receding, and he had thin eyes. He looked like he was tall, well over 6 feet, and pale. He was also creepily thin, and he was staring at me. The discomfort I felt was instant. You know how there are some people you look at, and they immediately give you the heebie-jeebies. That was this guy. I pulled forward a little. He did the same. I went a little further. So did he. That didn't work. I decided I'd try to play it cool now. I turned to him, smiling, and waved. The blank expression on his face didn't flinch. I don't even think he blinked. I quickly turned my head away from him and started looking forward again. It didn't matter. I could still feel his gaze. I think you all know that paranoid feeling of being watched. Well, I was being watched, and that paranoid feeling had increased tenfold. I quickly hit the lock button on my car, just in case he tried to do something. Okay, maybe if I waited it out he'd leave me alone. I kept my vision straight ahead and waited. 30 seconds passed, then a minute, then 2. 2 turned to 4. His car hadn't moved. He hadn't left. Sweat began to trickle down my brow. If he's messing with me, he's doing a really good job. I was freaked the hell out. Was he going to try to hurt me? This wasn't working. I pretended I had just gotten a phone call and picked it up. I mocked having a conversation, and I made exaggerated movements to make it seem like I had forgotten all about him. I wanted him to believe I was on an important call, all the while nervously looking into my periphery the entire time. He was still there. Okay, now what? I racked my brain for an answer. Maybe, just maybe, he was as uncomfortable as I was. Maybe he had the same idea as me and was pretending to take a call now or something. Despite every instinct I had begging me not to, I turned my head and looked back in his direction. He was still staring at me. It actually felt more like he was staring through me, like he was peering right into my soul. I could feel the goosebumps across my body en masse. Those eyes of his just wouldn't look away. I didn't know what to do. Should I honk? Should I give him the finger? Should I threaten him? What if he was armed? Before I could do anything, I saw him reach for the door handle. Our eyes narrowed in on each other. He slowly opened the driver's side door about an inch. He unbuckled his seatbelt. Our eye contact did not break. Methodically, he began his exit from the vehicle. Shit. He was going to come for me. I knew it. This has gone on far too long to be a joke. He's going to try to hurt me. My breathing became more erratic. I felt my body begin trembling. I could feel sweat course down my body. My wet palms tightened around my keys. If he makes a move, I'll have to strike with these. Our eyes still had not broken contact. His door was wide open now. But instead of coming for me, he made a mad dash away from me, towards the door, inside the garage that led into the house. Oh no, you don't. Instinct completely took over, and before I knew what was happening, I had unlocked my door and beelined towards the door. He'd had a head start, but I was in better shape and started to catch up quickly. He beat me to the door and tried to slam it on me. I was able to get there just in the nick of time and stop it from completely closing. I don't know what this guy's intentions for me were, but they weren't good. He fought hard to win the battle for the door. He tried with all his might to keep me out. I did the same to keep that from happening. Suddenly, all the resistance I had felt was gone, and I fell forward, toppling to the floor inside the house. I lifted my head. The man was gone. Where did he go? I quickly got up and slowly moved forward. I didn't see him anywhere. It was too late to turn back now. Luckily, I knew every inch of this house like it was the back of my hand. there were only a few spots he could be. I ventured further into the house and reached the edge of the kitchen. My eyes quickly surveying my surroundings and my head on a swivel. I saw the knife rack over by the sink. Ah, shit. There were 2 empty slots. Thankfully, it wasn't empty though. I tiptoed my way over, each step perfectly soundless. I heard the creak of a door and quickly turned. The man rushed out at me from the pantry and he swung his knives at me wildly. "Who are you?" I was able to dodge the first swing. I nearly dodged the second, but it grazed me, creating what I imagined looked like a slanted line of blood right across my face. I bolted towards the living room, and he followed in pursuit. I looked around for anything I could use to protect myself. There was the fireplace, and the fire was burning. Perfect. I'd grab a fire poker. Where are they? A massive amount of force struck me in the back, and I toppled over right in front of the fireplace. I quickly shifted from back to front to see my assailant. He swung down hard with his right. I narrowly avoided the blade, and it lodged into the wooden floor. I wasn't so lucky the second time. The next blade plunged through my right hand, and I screamed in agony. Tears immediately burst out of my eyes, and my vision went blurry. I had never felt such pain in my entire life, but I needed to try to remain calm. While my hand was now punctured with his knife, that also meant he was out of weapons. That was when I was met with a blunt force to the side of my head. The water in my eyes had already made it difficult to see. Now things had gotten fuzzy. I was seeing stars too. The man bent over me and struck me over and over. I knew somewhere my face had been busted open because I felt the warm trickle of blood flowing from my temple down past my cheek. I was fading. I couldn't take much more of this before I'd be out, or worse. I pulled the only card I had left and I kicked him in the balls. He collapsed and I yanked the knife out of my hand. I swung at him with everything I had, only to miss. Somehow, he was already back on his feet. I swung again, but he was able to break my grip of it and the knife went flying. I tackled him and he fell back into the bricks surrounding the fireplace on the left. Pictures that had been mounted above us fell and glass shattered everywhere. I grabbed the biggest piece I could find and pierced his leg. He let out a guttural howl. Then, with every ounce of energy I had left in my body, I forced his body right into the fire. His body struggled and contorted unnaturally as his head was burned to something beyond recognition. Finally, his motions ceased. I leaned back, exhausted. We had made a hell of a mess. This certainly wouldn't be easy to explain. I gently grabbed one of the pictures that had fallen, brushing off the broken glass, and took a look at it. I'll give this guy credit for one thing. He does have a beautiful family. Where I live, we have an urban legend. I suppose that's the case for everyone in the world. There's always a haunted house, a troll beneath a bridge, or a monstrous creeper lurking in a now abandoned train tunnel. For me, my town's urban legend was the Poglins, or the Poglin Kids, depending on who was telling the story. I don't expect you to know it, nor my tiny town of Wallsend. It's a dreary, post-war industrial area with red brick homes and an abundance of druggies and crime. So it's not exactly the sort of place you'd imagine the nihilistic youths and aged shipyard workers to exchange stories of monstrous imps. Everyone seems to have their own story of the Poglins. One girl swore that her cat was eaten by one of the Poglin kids. A boy in my class was adamant that his cousin, who smelled like fish, was a Poglin. Whenever a person disappeared or ran away, you'd hear old ladies whispering over coffee about how the Poglins took them. Each story describes them differently, but my big sister always described them the same. According to my sister, Janine, the Poglins were grey, pot-bellied, goblin-like creatures with ragged bat ears and flat noses. She would take great delight in describing their enormous mouths, which were filled with deformed, yellow fangs and tusks. She said that they were children, once, before they were experimented on in the long since abandoned Green Acres Hospital. She told me how one night, the Poglins broke free, killing their cruel captors, setting fire to the hospital before fleeing into the wooded Dean nearby. Naturally, this Dean happened to be on our doorstep, so I kind of thought that maybe she had added that part into the story just to frighten me. However, Janine was adamant. They escaped into the Dean and made a home for themselves in the water pipe, which empties into the stream down there. Nesting in the water pipe, that's where they lived, she'd tell me. However, my sister was not the only person in my family to speak of the Poglins. I remember my mother often telling me not to stay out too late, or the Poglins would get me. My gran was the same. "Stay away from the Dean," her croaky voice would say. Whenever I asked why, she always told me, "That's where the kitty snatchers live." A common trait shared across the stories is that the Poglins devoured the flesh of humans and have a particular taste for children. Needless to say, this shared myth of monsters passed around to frighten children had the opposite effect on me. For my obsession with the Poglins only grew as I got older, and one summer, my friend Ben, who was equally as fascinated by the stories, suggested that we go and find them. What a great idea that would be. Perhaps they were some undiscovered cryptid, or maybe they were just a myth used to scare us. Whatever the case, it would be fun to find out. That's what we thought. We were going to search all the haunts listed in the various urban tales of the Poglins, and I knew where to look first. Behind the old Woolworths, which is now derelict, there is a dirty back alley, previously known as Beggar's Alley on account of it being where the homeless, vagrant or drug users would dwell. But that all changed after the 22nd of May, 2008. A homeless man, fondly referred to by the locals as Harold the Hermit, was found dead behind there. Him dying wasn't strange. After all, the life expectancy of homeless people isn't exactly long or prosperous. what was strange was the manner in which he died. Skinned, chewed up, chopped to pieces. That is how the papers described the grotesque remains of Harold. Apparently, there were bits of him scattered across the streets for days after. The bloodstains still clung to the brickwork in that alley. Ever since his death, no vagabond or addict would dare step into that alley. You might be wondering, well, why would that place be significant to the search for the Poglin kids? Well, despite the police saying his murder was most certainly committed by fellow tramps, there were stories circulating that the Poglins did it, that they were being driven out of their hiding places with all the new developments and housing being built around the Dean. Ben and I considered the site of the gruesome death as the perfect first stop in our investigations. We wandered that alleyway, finding very little evidence of monsters. There was plenty of other stuff, such as piles of black bags, used needles and condoms. Nothing out of the ordinary for our town, we thought. However, I saw that some of the stories were true. The walls and the pavement still had some red staining to them, with a smear trailing towards a sewer grate. I was about to tell Ben when a voice howled for our attention. "Get out of there!" shrieked an aged and smoke-withered voice. We turned and saw the locally infamous Mary the Tramp, or Mary the Mad, as my father called her. She was harmless, some old lady who got behind on her rent, and then, when her benefits were cut, she ended up living on the streets. We asked her why she didn't want us in the alleyway, and her face shriveled with worry. Her eyes jutted side to side, as if to check who was listening. And then, through her wrinkled lips, she whispered her tale. "I saw him," she muttered, her lips quivering. "I saw him take Harold." Mary claimed that the night Harold died, she was just across the road. It was raining heavy, the droplets drumming away on the cardboard shelter she used. She said it was late, really late, when she heard his first cry. But it wasn't until he started screaming that she opened her eyes and saw it. There, in Beggar's Alley, Harold was on the floor, wrestling and fighting off numerous things. Small things, the size of kids. They chopped him up, she said, and shoveled bits of him in their mouths, and the rest was slung into baskets and sacks. When I asked her why they didn't attack her, she revealed her torch. She explained that as she shone her torch over to them and saw their luminous white eyes, they fled, disappearing down the drain. It was a grisly story, but the tale gave us no new leads. Ben suggested that the next place we give a look should be the disused hospital, Green Acres. We had all heard the stories growing up. Some Nazi doctor given a new identity by the government to continue his experiments and explore the further reaches of science. The doctor's name varies. Sometimes it's Dr. Crow, other times it's Dr. Dread, or something cliche like that. Well, anyway, in the tales that involve the hospital and the doctor, it's said that he had secretly acquired a bunch of runaways, or kids that no one would look for. Then, in his lab, he exposed them to various chemicals, diseases, and radiation in his hopes that he could create a creature, one that was resilient to almost all inhospitable circumstances. What actually came out was the birth of deformed, monstrous things that he then bred in captivity to create more abominable subhumans. To keep these things and their violent impulses in line, he used extremely bright light to torment and hurt them, causing them to develop an intense photophobia. In the end, this led to his monstrous spawn turning on him. One dark night, when the power went out in the hospital, the Poglins in their violence could be contained no longer. They broke free, butchered the doctor and his staff, setting the place on fire, and they fled into the night. So it felt natural to step over the burned out entrance and clamber through the vine-strangled corridors of Green Acres. There was graffiti everywhere, some warning about the Poglins, others just your generic "hell is here" sort of stuff. In its leaf-littered and charred state, it wasn't hard to imagine the hospital as the site for some nefarious doctor and his wicked experiments. Alas, when we searched the hospital, we found no mention or sign of a Dr. Crow. There was a Dr. Crane on one of the few remaining photos of the staff, but no Dr. Crow. We even did a Google search and nothing came up. So take that part of the legend with a pinch of salt. Despite finding nothing to suggest a monstrous doctor worked here, we continued looking for potential clues or signs of the Poglins. One room did have the words, "The Poglin kids broke their chains. They left no evidence, no remains." It wasn't definitive proof by any means, but it definitely made this place feel like the right place to be looking. For a moment, me and Ben separated so he could check Ward C, whilst I checked the children's ward. It was super creepy in the ward. Roots, vines and spider webs hung from the ceiling, while crack pipes and dolls with cracked faces lay strewn across the room. One of the walls was a huge mural of a pastel clown whose painted features were cracked and crumbling. Yet, its sinister smile seemed to follow me as I navigated the empty bed frames and wheelchairs that littered the place. I scanned the room and I saw another phrase scrawled upon a wall. "They lurk beneath the bed. Do not look. They've not been fed." The sprayed-on sentence sent shivers down my spine. Eerily, a small red ball rolled out from beneath a vacant bed, the only bed with a rat-bitten mattress. It traveled across the floor, stopping at my fear-frozen feet and sending my heart into a frenzy. I was terrified to look under the bed, fearful that a Poglin and its goblin grin would be waiting for me. Then again, it could have just been the wind, I assured myself as I picked the ball up. Against my judgment, I slowly lowered myself towards the floor, gingerly descending my head so as to look beneath. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that there was no ghoulish subhuman lurking under there. There was nothing. Out of nowhere came a clattering and what sounded like the scampering of tiny feet. It was the sound of some kind of startled animal scurrying out of the room. Fright surged through my body like a bolt of lightning, causing me to drop the ball in my hand and fling my body back up from the ground. I leapt up, looking around to see what it was. Yet, I appeared to be alone. "Boo," Ben said as he jumped up from behind me. I almost ripped up out of my own skin with shock, but the fear quickly turned to annoyance. "You're not funny," I told him. But this did not halt his hysterical laughter. "Come on, let's go to the water pipe," Ben suggested. His words barely being able to leave his lips between each chuckle. "There's nothing here. No sign of him." I agreed, but as we made our way down the corridors and out of the building, I couldn't shake this feeling that we were being watched. Still, we pushed on, having found nothing to suggest the story of the Poglins and Green Acres was true. We journeyed down through the oaken walls of the Dean. That place was one of the few settings that almost always got brought up in the tales of the Poglins. Perhaps that's why the uneasiness grew with each step we took towards the stream. We talked back and forth about the Poglins and the stories about them eating kids, wondering if this was such a good idea after all. Ben assured me it was going to be fine, handing me a torch, our only weapon against the things, if the stories were to be believed. It appeared we would need it, as the evening shroud of night was closing in over our little town. Down the Dean we climbed, weaving between bark and branch, rambling through rough leaf litter and thorny brambles, until we came upon the stream. Littering the place were abandoned clothes, socks, shoes, tops, as well as a few broken beer bottles and crushed cans of lager. Other than that, though, there was nothing to see. Not a Poglin in sight. No tracks, no signs. It was for that reason I was willing to call it a day. Ben, however, he was eager to push on and suggested that if we wanted to find Poglins, we had to look where they were said to nest. Reluctantly, I followed him along the bank of the stream. Though I dreaded the next few steps I took towards that concrete pipe, Ben clambered through ahead of me, eager to discover. With his legs sticking out the end of the tunnel, Ben shone his torch ahead and recounted what he could see. "There's not much here. A football, a few branches, and a school jumper," Ben spoke, his voice echoing out of the dank water pipe. Unlike Ben, I was cautious, constantly looking at the sun as its rays fell between the tree line and descended faster into the horizon. "Ben, I think we should go," I suggested, my voice urgent and fearful. I didn't want to tell him, but I was getting this really strange feeling, a sort of hair-raising dread that tingled its way through my bones. My mind imagined this sensation was some kind of animal instinct, some primal sense, trying to tell me to run, to get out of there. "Wait, there's something," and then my friend cried out, his voice shrill, full of terror. I yanked him back into the fleeting light of day, only for him to emerge from the shadows, cackling without end. "You're so easy, you know that?" Ben sniggered. With a thump to the arm, I asserted that his games were over, and so was this investigation. In my mind, I was ready to put all these tales down as nothing more than an urban legend, A boogeyman to frighten children into behaving and coming home on time. However, fate had other ideas. With shock and horror, I turned to see a pair of lumpy, grey hands, both bearing 3 talon-tipped claws. From the water pipe, these hands emerged, and with an eagerness, they clasped on either side of Ben's head, pulling him backwards into the dark water. They were real. They were actually real. My mind screeched silently within my skull, its howls of total shock freezing my soul. "God, help me!" Ben screamed. This time, his voice honest and true. Snapping me from my horror, I shone my torch into the tunnel. And for a split second, I glimpsed a small, pot-bellied thing, grey-skinned, with a great fat mouth, a bulging throat sac, and luminous white eyes. The thing hissed and recoiled from the radiance, retreating back into the murk. "They're real! They're actually real!" Ben panted, his face bearing scratches and claw marks. Rescuing him from the pipe, I helped him to his feet. But we should have been paying attention, for had we, the pair of us would have noticed that the sun had finally set. In the gloom of twilight, we heard their calls. Hyena-like giggles and chirps, which sounded out from every direction. "We have to go now," I yelled, and the pair of us rushed up the bank of the Dean. Looking back, I saw them. Bald-headed, ragged-eared things with bulging, swollen neck growths. They were crawling on all fours, their stumpy feet and claw-like hands riddled with deformities, carrying them swiftly up the Dean. More of them raced out from the stone pipe, and others fell from the trees or rose from the leaf litter around us until there was a sea of reflective, white eyes shining in the evening dim. Ben shrieked, and we ran. Using our torches like shields, we spun the beams of light towards the horrors as they scrambled around us, like a pack of wild beasts. Out of the shrubbery beside me, the greenish gum jaws of a Poglin burst out, ripping leaf and branch as it torpedoed towards us. Our light, though, warded the thing off, causing it to recoil with strange, animal-like squeals as it entered the glow. Frantically, we climbed up through the wall of wood, whilst the leaf litter rustled closer and closer to us. Adrenaline surged through my body, and I ran and ran, not looking back, never daring to, out of fear that they would be right behind me. Out of the Dean's green hell, I galloped, bounding over the road, with no concern for the incoming cars as they swerved to avoid hitting me. Still, I sprinted, my terror supercharging my feet, to the point where I could have given the Flash a run for his money. Upon reaching my house, I charged the door, grabbing at the handle, only to discover it was locked. Even as I scrambled and frantically jammed my key into the door, I had not yet realized that something was amiss. Slamming it shut behind me, I locked the door, and only then, when I could take a breath in, did I notice that Ben was not with me. He must have fallen, or gotten taken. I had to go get him. Those were the thoughts that ran through my mind, but as I was about to open the door, he appeared there, behind the glass, his bloodied fists banging frantically on the panes. "Come on, let me in," he yelled. But there was something in his voice. It didn't sound right. The tones were sort of off, and his words were eager rather than fearful. "How do I know it's you?" I questioned. "Come on, it's me. You've known me for years. Please don't let me die out here," Ben whimpered. But again, the delivery of his pleas came off as mocking and not genuine. I looked through the glass panes and saw his features sagged a little off to one side, and his hairline was off. Something wasn't right. "Ask me anything. I'll answer. Ask me something only Ben would know," Ben barked with urgency. "All right. What did I find in the children's ward back at Green Acres?" I asked him, my heart pounding in anticipation for his response. "A red ball." Ben swiftly spat the answer, and in doing so, a scared silence fell over our conversation. With my hands trembling and blood cold with dread, I pulled the keys from the door and moved away. "Oh, damn. You didn't tell him, did you?" Ben grinned, as his teeth were revealed as a dirty yellow with grey gums and black plaque between each tooth. You're a..." I stammered, my mind hardly able to process. "You know, the thing none of those stories talk about is the fact that we don't eat the skin. We wear it. We are what we eat, and there's so many of us out there now. Among you," the false Ben sneered. I backed away, knowing there was no escape from the frightening reality before me. "You were in the hospital?" I whimpered. "I was. I noticed you in Beggar's Alley. I followed you to the hospital and down into the Dean. I was curious to see you. Never has there ever been anyone so eager to find us," the Poglin spoke, with its voice a distorted and uncomfortable corruption of Ben's. "And Ben?" I asked, my heart and mind refusing to accept the obvious, even when deep down I knew. "Flayed. Eaten. He screamed out your name as we took his face. We made quick work of him." False Ben smirked. "I'm going to call the police." My voice broke, failing to come across as intimidating or true in any way. "Go ahead. Do you know how many prank Poglin calls they get?" chuckled the imposter. "Why don't you just leave me alone? I won't tell anyone," I begged, my pleas causing the sagging grin upon Ben's face to widen. "Ah, but I know you will. I can tell the squealers. Still, I won't take you now. I'll wait for the right moment. When the lights go out and you're all alone, that's when I'll get you," he promised, his voice threateningly confident. And so, the Poglin wearing Ben's face wiggled a 5-fingered farewell through the glass, having successfully instilled me with terror. His work was complete. "I'll see you round," he grinned, before departing from my door and vanishing into the night. I didn't see Ben after that, and hoped to never see him again. His parents seemed to disappear along with him. A moonlight flit, that's what the rumor was, to escape unpaid bills or mounting debt. But I knew the truth. It was the Poglins. The Poglin kids took him. That's what I told everyone. I shouted it from the rooftops, told my parents, begged my sister to believe me, but none of them listened. I even went to the police with the same story, but the officers just laughed. One of them, a more caring figure, placed a hand upon my shoulder and assured me, "The Poglins are just an urban legend." He grinned through his yellow teeth. I live in Thailand, but not as an English teacher, NGO worker, or professional expat of any kind. I'm a local. I live here. But I feel like I should let you foreigners know about what I've encountered last weekend. I know you foreigners don't normally believe in the supernatural, but I believe this subreddit is different. People come here to listen to extraordinary accounts because it's all true, right? So please, listen to my story. This knowledge may very well save your life the next time you visit Thailand. I lurk on Reddit because it entertains me to read about other parts of the world. I am just an office worker, living in the capital city of Bangkok, wearing a tie, working on Excel, always being scolded by my American boss. But my home is in the rural countryside. Lots of green paddy fields and sugar palms in the distance, with the backdrop of grey hills. It is the soothing side of my childhood. I was raised there by my parents, who are rice farmers. I used to bring their buffaloes to graze in the fields, just so I could doze all day on its sturdy back. It is the place of my nostalgia. As an office worker, I try to visit my parents as often as I can, because they're old now, much too old for farm work. But still, they wouldn't lay their hands. Imagine if you're 60, but have to hunch over the field under a scorching sun to plant the rice stalks all day from dawn until dusk. Anyway, I visit just so I can bring some joy to their hearts and hand them a little souvenir from the city. Usually, it's a little bit of money I can spare after paying for my rent. But when I'm running short, I would buy them some American sweets or cookies that I'm sure they've never tasted before. Sorry for the diversion. Back on topic. So, it is the past weekend that things become strange and terrifying. I could barely believe it if it hadn't happened to myself. If my uncle or auntie from the village told me that they'd seen what I'd seen, I would nod politely and secretly deride them for their superstition. But now that it's happened to myself, I don't know what I believe. Last Saturday, I planned to visit my parents early in the morning, but my boss told me that he needs to have his PowerPoint done by 3 p.m. Just perfect. It would take me 5 hours to travel from Bangkok to my hometown by train, and the last one leaves at 2 p.m. So I went into the office and I worked like I never did before. I skipped lunch and churned out the PowerPoint and immediately rushed to the train station. I barely made it in time to board the train. However, that means that I will have to walk to my parents' home when it's dark. That makes me nervous. It is known that no one should walk around after dark in my village. Now before you criticize me, I am not a superstitious man. I'm a city dweller, an office worker, a man of science. I am more scared of physical threats, like being mugged or murdered, even if it is unlikely to happen in the lonely, quiet track to my parents' house. The nervousness comes from my upbringing. In my village, and many others in Thailand, we believe in folk tales and ghosts. Instead of a doctor, my parents would bring me to a shaman whenever I'm ill. When I was suffering from dengue fever, at the 13th year of my life, the old crone of a shaman had crouched over me with her teeth stained black from betel nuts, breathing over me with a sickly, sweet stench. She then declared that I was plagued by a malevolent ghost who would soon kill me if it wasn't appeased. My parents immediately cooked up a feast and brought the offerings to pray before the local banyan tree, lighting candles and asking monks to perform a prayer service. They said that cured me and was the reason I'm alive today. Of course, I don't believe them now. I know that dengue fever is caused by a virus transmitted by a mosquito. But still, once you are raised in that kind of belief, it is hard to shake it off. All throughout the slow trudging train journey, then the bus journey on the winding road through the darkening countryside, I couldn't find a comfortable seat. I kept fidgeting, shifting around, checking my phones over and over. I told my parents that I would arrive late, and they told me that it might be better if I moved my visit to the next weekend. I then told them I'm already on the train, and they told me that it's better if I spend the night at the train station. I grunted and didn't reply. I was determined to make the journey that very night. I wanted to surprise them. I wanted to prove the village wrong. I was determined to visit them and prove the village belief was outdated, to make a difference with my superior beliefs from the city. Looking back, I realize now that I was just using those excuses to calm my fears. Because when I got off the bus around 8 p.m. and saw that track leading through the paddy fields towards my parents' house in the darkness, all my reasons became flimsy and fragile. We had streetlights only on the main road, but nothing on the minor trails. I felt a childhood fear tugging at my heart. Why didn't I listen to my parents, I thought. Without thinking, I picked up my phone to call them again, but there was no signal, not even a single bar. Usually, I would get 3G internet, even when I'm out here. I blame the signal failure. We get plenty of those. Cicadas were chirping, and insects began to gather around me, so I couldn't just stand out here to be a sitting blood tank. So, gripping the talisman around my neck, I went off the dark trail that I would normally be so familiar of, that would remind me of home. It didn't feel that way now. That was when I realized that I've never wandered out here before in my life. The 1 kilometer walk to the house never seemed so long before, and I felt like a little boy once more. The trail was between 2 paddy fields, each locked in a low level of water to help rice grow, and the first 100 meters was easy enough because the street lamps still illuminated the way. But beyond that, I had to use the torchlight from my phone to light the path in front of me, just in case there were snakes or scorpions. A whistling wind blew across the farm, and I shivered at the sound. I crept along through the narrow trail until I saw the shadow of 3 sugar palms on my right, near the halfway point. I sighed and smiled a little smile, beginning to feel foolish for being so afraid. Just as I was easing the grip on my talisman, the world was plunged into darkness. The street lamps were all extinguished. Power cuts were common in rural Thailand, but my heart froze, holding my breath in my chest. There was only my phone torch left in front of me, and the moon and stars that offered too little light for my city dweller's eyes. I looked around wildly, throwing my torchlight everywhere, and an old prayer chant came naturally to my lips. That was when I remembered. There should only be 2 sugar palms here, not 3. I shone my light there and found 2 trees. I heard a plop, a dipping sound in the paddy field behind me, and spun around. I saw 2 long stalks of legs. I looked up to a pale, naked, emaciated body and arms as thin as chopsticks. I could not scream. My prayer stiffened on my lips, and I fell into the muddy paddy field. I dropped my phone. It leaned down, long, spidery legs folding, and the face came into the beam of my phone's torchlight. Its eyes were pale, as though blind, wispy hair, and its horrible, horrible mouth had shrunken into a tiny round hole, smaller than my finger. It wheezed air through the hole in a shrill whistle and seemed to speak. When I couldn't reply, huddled in trembling silence, it whistled again, more shrilly, a tortured tone, and brought up 2 white hands as big as palm fronds. It made a Y gesture, putting hands together in a prayer that we Thai people are famous for. The sign meant greeting, thanking, or begging. I knew what it wanted. An old folklore was drilled deeper into me than the constructs of modern-day society. But I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even control my bladder or utter a prayer. Its expression changed, and the pale eyes grew bloodshot, and suddenly, the whistling sound stopped. Out of the hole of its mouth, a long, red tongue rolled out and never seemed to end until it was as long as my arm, then even longer. Bile rose to my throat and I wanted to vomit, but that physical, bodily reaction woke me up from my paralysis and I finally screamed. I nodded furiously. I put my hands together to wire it return, and words came blurting out of my soul. I promised it a feast. I told it that it would never starve again. I swore that monks would bless its soul so it would no longer suffer. The tongue stopped extending and finally retracted. Its hollow eyes met me for a moment and finally stood up on those spindly legs and swayed off into the darkness, the plopping sounds fading, and were soon gone. I stayed where I was, soaked among the rice stalks. I didn't know how long I stayed there, but when the street lamps finally came back, I scrambled to my feet, grabbed my phone, and sprinted to my parents' home. According to myth, what I had seen was a lost soul. It would roam the spirit lands, forever hungry because its mouth was too small to eat anything. So one Sunday, I immediately went to the temple to pray to alleviate its suffering, and I brought noodles as offerings, placed before the 2 sugar palm trees near my parents' home. The noodles should fit in its tiny mouth. I'm back in Bangkok now, and I begin to wonder what would have happened if I didn't know of the ghost or couldn't remember the village's teachings. It would have killed me, there's no doubt, to drain my blood, open my guts, and suck my intestines. So here is my warning to you, traveling foreigners coming to Thailand. I know you like to travel to rural parts of Thailand for an exotic, cultural experience. But please remember that these are obscure areas, cut off from the wider world. Whenever you happen to meet a ghost, pray for it, give it offerings, be more open-minded. Do not wear your rationality as a token of pride. There are many things that you don't understand in this world, beyond the scope of cold hard science. Don't be arrogant. Listen to villagers and respect their ways. Because superstition, it might just save your life, like it saved mine.